have one more of these, and then I got to do the sunny die. So, Amy, I will need the correct wording for that, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eddie. That's no problem. Anytime you have something like that, just make me aware. Uh-huh. All right. Hello, Allison. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay. We wanted to make sure you was there.
I am here.
Okay. I guess we don't have any exonerations this morning since Eddie's already left. Vouchers and invoices, Tom?
Vouchers and invoices. It's just one page up there, Ruth. I didn't see anything else.
Yeah.
I didn't have any problems. John, you had no problem with it?
No. Allison, did you see anything?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I need a motion.
Motion to approve vouchers and invoices.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have one to point out is that one for Armstrong. I'm holding that and we can fix that. And then we'll go out.
Okay.
It's the size one.
Okay. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All approved. Any prior minutes, Amy? Okay. Man, I like flying through this agenda. Okay, agenda items, Exhibit A.
Oh, so first, I meant to show you guys this last time. So it is a recognition from the United States Census for the Fayette County Commission as an invaluable member of the 2020 Census Community Partnership. And they sent us a pretty little certificate.
Well, thank you. Thank you, census people.
Okay, so first is approval of farmland protection board easements for Sparks, Garrett, and Rogers. This was tabled for January 29th, 2021.
All right, so we had the meeting concerning putting easements or farmland protection, putting easements on the farms for Sparks, Jarrett, and Rogers, or Jarrett and Rogers. And I believe that met all of our qualifications. We looked at everything. So all I need is a motion on this.
I'm not gonna make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the easements for Sparks, Jarrett, and Rogers. Do I have a second? Okay. Allison didn't second, no.
Okay, so the next one.
I can't hear Ruth or Tom very well. I can only hear John.
This better?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Okay. So you did not second the motion for the Farmland Protection Board, is that correct?
I did not, because I have some unresolved. I have some reservations about the whole, some of the whole mission of that board, and that I want to look into.
Okay. All right. So the next is a request from William Bailey, director of the New River Youth Symphony Orchestra, to use the Fayette County Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Building for socially distanced rehearsal space on Monday evenings from 5 to 9. Amy talked to him, and probably has a lot more information. They have 50 members, but only groups of 10 to 25 would be present at a time. And they've also inquired about storage of percussion equipment at the building.
I told him that the stage is definitely off limit, and we really don't have a lot of space for locked up kind of storage.
Well, and I feel like it kind of makes you responsible. I don't know what your feelings are.
Yeah, with
He does have his liability attached to the application. But
no, we can't do any storage.
All right.
talked to Odie about the time. He said he's okay with whatever you guys say.
So,
The floor would have to be protected at all times. So, you aware of that? Because it costs way too much to replace that floor.
and it meets the nonprofit guidelines, so it also says the $1,000 rental fee is waived.
We're in that gray area of that, and May was the one that was taking care of the scheduling of that, so I don't know how you all want to proceed.
That's a good, it doesn't start until March 1st, and then you don't want to table it.
Yeah, I think we want to table it because I'm concerned with the 5 to 9 p.m. Who are we going to have in there? And are they willing to pay for the person's time being in there?
I'll second that.
Because we don't have the resources to do that with.
So number 3 is an order declaring mileage rate of 56 cents per mile per the General Service Administration for the year 2021 as of January 1st, 2021. So all mileage would be reimbursed at 56 cents a mile.
What was it last year?
56 and a half or 57 and a half. Yeah. So it went down.
Okay, so it went down.
Yeah.
One motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
There's your signature. Allison, do you want us to stamp your name? on
Yes,
the order?
please.
Okay. Okay, this number 4 is a resolution of participation and cooperation in the Certified Development Community Program and designation of the NRGDA Aspect County's representative.
No,
You got it every.
yeah, I want to make a note. I don't, since Jenna has been involved, I don't have a problem with it. I would like to make sure that she stays involved with us in communications. If we have any ideas. That's something that we've lacked before in the past couple of years I've been here, and I want to make sure that communication is still open for us. Is the only thing I've got to say. And if that's it, I'll approve it.
She will. Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
And I do have a meeting before the 19th, so.
Okay, motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, Allison, we'll stamp your name on that one too.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So that did away with all that. Mhm. All right, so we got a break until 9:15.
Cool, thank you.
In case that one.
I might be good before we start all this.
Was there any information given to us yesterday from the auditor?
He wasn't here yesterday.
I know it won't be here tomorrow.
He's here today. Oh, he will be here today. But realistically, we won't get.
Till March.
Yeah, it'll probably be mid or late March because they extended the federal guidelines. So, like for when those single audits are due.
Hey, Allison,
Yeah.
I asked Tom to hold off to only 2 half-hour sessions during March because we have to get the budget completed and it's going to take some time working on it. So he was cool with that. So you'll have a little bit of time to catch up.
Well, thank goodness for that. He already let off me a little bit, though. I cried uncle a couple weeks ago.
All right. Yeah.
I think an argument can be made, but I don't think it's appropriate for Mr. Lindbergh to sign a sales agreement.
You and your wife ever have an argument?
Yeah,
Does she win?
yeah. I was feeding my chickens and I was in a hurry.
And you hit your head on the board.
I hit my head on a T-post
Gosh, when did you do that?
yesterday morning.
Oh, man. You know, I just wondered if an attorney ever has a fight with their life, you know?
Oh, we have fights, but not like this.
Oh, well, you know, just keep the frying pans away from her and don't say anything bad. You know,
I bent down to hang the water dispenser.
Yeah.
And I stood up and turned around and started to head back to the house and ran right into it.
I've got 4 sows getting ready to give birth, and I put them in the barn. So we built a shelf up above to keep the heat in with their babies. And I raised up and bam, hit my head, and I come down. An old sow was laying right beside of me, wondering what the heck's going on. That was pretty wild. See what happens when you don't get your wife a Valentine's Day gift?
Yeah, I see that.
Oh, man.
Sometimes that happens if you get your girlfriend away from it. Sometimes if it's not the right one.
Wife or girlfriend?
This is from back talk.
Oh, okay.
You know, there's nothing better than going to pick a piano. All the girls start talking to you, you know.
Oh, when I was out there, they were
Pretty
still
wild.
asleep. It was still dark.
I tell you, it's,
Well,
Other than this.
we kind of need to make it happen, so.
he's always busy. You know,
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay.
Yep.
you know, Friday, I wanted to be here tomorrow. No, tomorrow's Thursday. I want to be here Friday.
No, something I wanted to, I'll cover so much shit, but I've dismissed 2 cases that were horrible. One guy was locked up in March of last year, and he's been in there. I'm okay. I'm not gonna say this later on. One guy's been in there since March. The other one guy's been in there since June.
When they sit there and don't do nothing with them, and you're come in, and it's
That's
hard.
something I'm gonna cover in much depth when I do the budget presentation, but we're slowly but surely getting a handle on.
I knew you would.
things, But
I knew you would.
We've got some policies in place now that will hopefully minimize that from happening.
Okay, good.
So we're gonna try to review cases on the front end rather than right before grand jury meets.
Yeah.
But we've got, I think we've got just under 50 cases and around 70 defendants this term. We made a good dent in the backlog. Of course, we still have the viruses.
Yeah.
We've got cases from past terms that have been indicted that we still have pending. There's a bunch of those.
Okay. I've got a minute before we start, guys. And I want to, we have a lot of people that depend on this room for meetings. And I would like to, with Tom's input, figure out if we could go ahead and let them use the room in the afternoon or in the evenings like they normally do. But of course, limit the people coming in to like 10.
What time are you talking?
They usually come in at 5 o'clock. There's 2 of them or 3 of them that use the room, Amy.
I mean, we're doing it. The only thing is just making sure maintenance is aware.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be aware because they know that they need to look at it again. So, Allison, what do you think about that?
About people using the conference room in the evenings between 5 and 7.
Yep. They normally do that throughout the year, but then when COVID hit, we had to limit.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
And
I don't
since-
have a problem with it either.
Okay, then we can go ahead and open that back up. So Amy, not Amy, but Abby, if you could let everybody know that, please. I saw your name up there and I remembered my own note.
I know. I am so proud.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
All right. Next. Corporal, how are you? Come and talk to us.
Unfortunately, Corporal Hall couldn't make it this morning.
I know that.
I thought you was him.
No,
By proxy, you've got me. How's everyone's morning?
good.
So, like I said, unfortunately, Corporal Hall's not here, so unfortunately, I was not as prepared as he would be, but I'll read the letter he's drafted for you all. It says on December 28th, 2020, a modified work schedule was implemented for the Fayette County Courthouse employees. This was due to a rise once again of COVID-19 cases in Fayette County. The circuit clerk's office, for example, were only required to work approximately 1 day per week during the modified work schedule without being penalized earned days off. The Fayette County Sheriff's Department, deputy sheriffs, and other of its employees were not provided this same benefit without penalty. The Fayette County Sheriff's Department continued to work as normally scheduled as public-facing essential workers. This is the same situation as last year in which courthouse staff received the same benefit while the Fayette County Sheriff's Department staff was excluded. We are again requesting back pay for the equal number of days that the courthouse staff, such as the circuit clerk workers, was provided. Per our estimates, the number of days owed is equal to 17 and a half days or 140 hours. Thank you for sharing your time, and I'll try to answer questions the best I can.
Okay, good. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but we're under a audit from the state. While one of the commissioners last year had questions on the way that this was handled, the other 2 were okay with it. Come to find out, it shouldn't have been done. There was a lot of things that was done incorrectly. So at this current time, we may end up losing 2 years of all of our grants. That's including all grants for sheriff's departments, everything to do with Fayette County, because of that action that took place. So therefore, we have a couple of different options. One, just to suck it up and take it. 2, to try to ask for all that money back, which wouldn't be fair to you guys. So we're going to have to suck it up and take it. And at this time, I don't want to speak for the other 2, but with the way that the grants, the paperwork, everything, audits done with the state, through the state, we cannot do anything at this time. But I will let Tom and Allison weigh in on their thoughts too.
I do want to make one, although the prosecuting attorney gave us the okay on on this, there was in the minutes, Denise requested that Denise requested from the let's see, who is it? Executive director, And it says in the minutes here that Mr. Hall and Ridley and some other ones is here, that written justification is needed on each individual. And I was under the impression that there was going to be written justification given on each individual prior to or during this process. And I don't think that we have received anything from you or you all. And even in the code, what Ann even says, it says specifically, written justification will be needed along with very detailed descriptions on the individual's job positions as to why this was wanted. So we Denise did ask for it at the time, and I don't think we've got anything on that yet to date, have we? So what I would request is get that information that we were supposed to get before we even think about this other one. I mean, it's supposed to be given, and even in this presentation, by code, or by by executive director, she requested you have to do this. So, and I mean, that's all I got to say. I'd like to have all that information from the past that leads up all the way to when I was paid, all the information, documentation on it, and justification of the positions and the warranty, it being warranty. Okay.
Allison?
I don't have anything to add. I mean, I recognize the issue and how frustrating it is to the deputies, and I feel like all of us would agree that if we were in a position where we could grant back pay without jeopardizing the county's future to function, that we would do it. But for the time being, we don't have a way to do that. If one opens up, I'm certainly open to reconsidering it.
Okay,
Well, thank you.
all right. We're running a little bit ahead of time, but Alan's already here. Angela's here. Here's your question. Angela's here.
Well, is she going to be here for the? Okay. All right.
I'll be back.
Okay. We'll be here.
But
Hey, do we need to vote to resolve that last issue before we move on?
Maybe just table it. I don't know.
I would vote
Okay,
You're talking about the 9:15 agenda item.
yes.
It's something to consider. It doesn't specifically say that a decision is going to be made after that was on there.
So really not voting.
At least not at this point.
I guess basically if we brought us documentation, then we can make a decision on it maybe.
Certainly.
Well, at this time, the 9:15 with the back pay for deputies, I need a motion.
I'll move that I'll move against it at this time.
Is that what you?
I'll move that we deny it at this time.
She moved it, she denied it this
Yeah,
time.
but I think he was saying it needs to be.
I would suggest we table it, put it on the agenda as for a formal decision, and then at that time vote on it.
Well, the
I
only
can't hear what's
issue,
happening.
It wasn't made for a decision is what you think he's saying. Go ahead, Anthony.
Can you hear me,
Okay.
Allison?
Yeah, so it wasn't noticed for decision, so we don't have to make a decision today. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, well, in that case, I move that we table it, put it on the next agenda, possible agenda where we can vote.
I second.
okay. So we have a motion, a second to table it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. My feelings are that it shouldn't even be brought up again because of the amplitude of the issues that we're having from the auditor.
Well, I don't say I disagree. I just say the way it's worded on there. on
No.
the agenda.
That's not why I moved that it be tabled. I moved that it be tabled because we didn't notice it for decision today. I mean, I don't disagree with your vote, John. I just don't think today's the day to take that vote.
Okay. All right, well, it's already in the minutes. Okay, Mr. Ballard.
Yes, sir.
Come on up so Allison can hear you. Yeah, because Allison had to call in this morning, so if you could.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
I know. Sorry, I didn't get to say hi to you, Alan.
All right, that's okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay, first in my budget for the coming year comes to 102,761. No changes were made from the previous years. Everything stays exactly the same.
So then he says, any questions? Says, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, I haven't, you know, we certainly don't need anything in office. I mean, it's just.
This is not service
Sir?
on you.
Sir, we have a meeting online.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is not services. Forgive me for interrupting. Commission.
All right, so you have, your budget is exactly the same.
Yes, sir.
No changes, no issues. And see, that's what you get when you have these, folks who've been doing it for quite some time, and they usually save the county a little bit of money too by the end of the year, so. How's it looking for building and all that stuff right now?
Looks pretty slow right now. Cost of material. We haven't had that many phone calls for new houses. I do have Rises will build, I think 4, possibly 5 in the county. We have had a few phone calls, you know, talked to some contractors that, you know, stating they bidding on some houses. No big Boy Scouts have nothing going on that I'm aware of. They have one project, but I don't know if that's going to happen this year or what.
Well,
Cost
I
of
think,
material is driving people away, I think, a little bit. I mean, it certainly does on me.
yeah, me too.
You know.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we
I'm
have.
paying $8 for it too before.
Yeah, we haven't even started that because it's just, I don't know what we're gonna do. I understand that the cost of materials.
I started my house a year ago, OSB was $8 a sheet. Now it's $34 a sheet. I just don't see how people.
And I don't understand what these home improvement stores are doing to offset. I'll tell you what, you can order it online from Menards, drive to Barbersville and pick it up and come back. And even though you've driven there, ate one time, you save tons of money from Lowe's.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, that's everybody. I mean, let's see, Home Depot, same one.
yeah.
I mean, their prices are just up there. I don't know. And they all buy them from the same company, the same wood company selling to everybody else. I don't know why the market is what it is. I understand they're not producing wood right now. It's just skyrocketing. And like I tell everybody say, oh, it's gonna come down for a year. I said, it's not gonna come down as fast as it went up.
No,
I bet you that.
I mean, try to buy green lumber. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Nuts. Okay. Any questions on Mr. Ballard's budget? Tom?
No, I'm good with it.
Allison?
Don't have any questions.
No questions.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you, sir.
You're quite welcome.
We're way ahead. I like this. Angela?
Madam pretty much the same. My budget didn't change any. The only difference is originally there was 4,000 in travel. That was to pay the mileage for our planning commission and board of zoning appeals. But they only come once a quarter now, so that looks like it's gonna be reduced. But I have a computer and a printer that's probably close to its last leg, so I took 2,000 from travel and put it into supplies and computer software.
Okay, so we're still ended up about the same amount.
Yeah, it's $50 difference, but that was because of the FICA changing, so everything else is same amount, just moved travel and supplies.
Okay,
So it's 58,582.
all right. Any questions on Angela, Gerald's? No. Allison?
No questions.
Okay, I have one
Sure.
generic question for you.
Yes, sir.
Have you gotten the board together and discussed the Route 19 plan and what you're going to be doing when you're going to be holding your hearings?
Yep. The hearing will be held Monday, March 29th. You guys will get, I'll email you a copy of the
Okay.
public notice, because you guys are welcome to come. It's, but the public notice, it has to run for 30 days. That's why I had to put it off a little bit.
Okay.
It's going to be held at the Memorial Building. Talk to Oki, it'll be spaced out. So I've planned for about 40 people. That'll be plenty.
Did you
Just
say March 29th?
29th, I think it's a Monday, I believe. So
What time?
it'll be at 2:00 in the afternoon. So yeah, and I've called half of the members to get them copies, because I don't think they have copies of the management plan. And kind of explain to them what their decisions will be. So,
Okay.
but yep, it'll be in the paper. And then, like I said, you guys are more than welcome to attend. I'm not going to do a Zoom meeting because I don't think there's any way to do Zoom in the Memorial Building. So,
Well, yes and no, but
it's going to be plenty of space. So,
absolutely.
and then people can also they can mail any type of decisions they want if they are the members of the public. So,
Okay,
but yep, that will be upcoming. And so I'm sure the news will probably be there too.
all right.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, we got two of them knocked out in like 4 minutes. Thank you, folks. We appreciate that. Can you call Kevin and maybe get him in here a little bit earlier? Please, Amy. Yeah. I didn't even look at it. Tom started reading it.
It names commission as a party.
Hmm?
It names the commission as a party. Meaning he's suing the commission.
Oh, okay. Hey, a month and a half as president. That's a weird.
And essentially, the theory of liability is that your criminal authority is ultimately responsible to create commission its actions, and the commission is ultimately responsible for practicing conditions. The cites absolutely no legal authority to support that proposition.
Yeah, it just arose.
I don't have it in my office. The date is off. And it's referenced to an April 1st, 2019 agreement. And the one that we got is April 12th.
We need to have this copied and one sent to Allison. And me and John. Yeah, grab both of us a copy. Hey, Allison,
Yep.
you're gonna have a email coming to you.
Okay.
And here's. I think it's sufficiently tied. Now, here's the issue.
I think it's two, I don't know if it's two portions. I just gave it to her copy.
Does your copy have a copy of the deed and the agreement?
No, I don't think it did.
Mine didn't either. It makes reference to April 1st, 2019 agreement. The one that we have is April 12th. He doesn't identify the property other than making reference to the deed and the sales agreement.
Which piece of property though?
Well, it says,
It's not identified.
well, another thing, it says it was, Brad purchased it. I think it said it.
And that's what we purchased it.
Yeah.
But,
Originally, like,
but the problem is, I don't know that it most likely is the same property. But I'll tell you what, let me run up to the circuit clerk and see if there's actually the agreement and the deed attached
go
to
ahead.
the original. And then we'll find out.
Okay.
I'll
get a copy of it.
Yeah, we got time. See if we need to get to that. We got till 10.
Well, I don't think that-
Hmm?
Yeah, just get me something to eat.
Oh. Yeah, it's warm in here today.
You on fire?
Hmm?
I'm okay.
I think it's warm in here. You know, I think where we're closing the blinds, it's keeping a lot of the heat in too, which is good.
I'm gonna take a bath. You know, I just took my medicine and I got back control.
68 is the good temperature. Gentlemen, how are you?
Morning. Afternoon. Whatever they call
What'd you do? Bring moral support?
it. Now we have a meeting after this.
Huh?
We have a meeting after this to
Carpooling?
go to. Yes.
Is the road somewhere?
No, they're good. Now tonight, I won't tell you that.
Yeah.
I
Um,
don't think so.
Because when I asked, I was told I wasn't.
no, but it'd be nice to have copies of them.
Well, I have copies.
Okay,
Because I was unaware if it was in your packet or not.
she's not here, but they can get it to her.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, man.
No, we need copies too. Because it was just slammed on me. I didn't get to see it.
Here I am. This here is for y'all's pleasure if you want to look at it later on. Like it? Very good.
Did you include that generator for the tower?
No, sir, because we have not got the price back yet.
Okay, so we're still holding on the price for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, I was up by there and pulled in on a windy day. And do you realize the tower is doing this?
So that tower belongs to the radio.
Okay, when are they going to fix it? How much they charge us for rent?
We don't pay rent
Okay,
because we supply the generator backup.
all right. So what are they going to do if we have to buy another antenna because theirs is unreliable? Okay. Well, Allison is your contact, so, but we can't have an antenna that's shaking and moving like that because in a windstorm, that could kill all of our communications.
It's supposed to be a self-supporting antenna, but I think because of the location it's at, it's in line for direct winds, so.
Well, it's about better to be a self-supporting lay-down tower. So we need to make sure that something's done on that. So Joe, we keep reminding him on that. And Allison,
Yes,
make notes that you need to talk to Kevin concerning the antenna that's currently at our, what mountain is that? Man Mountain, because it shifts a foot to a foot and a half. It needs to be restationary, or we need to get something to protect us. Because if we would lose that, then we're pretty much down.
is
Or
this a
maybe
brand
tower.
new development?
No, it's been going on for quite some time. It was one that I was working on with them. But since you're their contact now, you need to.
Okay, I just wondered why I'm just now learning of it, if it wasn't new, but I will definitely follow up with Kevin, or Kevin, you follow up with me.
And that's our starting point for the whole network. So if it would go down, we're shot. And Amy, did you send that email? Allison, you should have an email. So look for that.
I've got it.
Okay. All right. We'll be talking about that in a little while. Okay. Kevin,
Good morning.
how are you?
This.
Did you also send her Kevin's? Okay.
Yes, she did.
Okay, cool. Making sure. I want to make sure you got everything.
I appreciate it.
All right.
So I had to go back over, and I have requested to go back over and look at the budget, which I'm glad I did, because there was a few things on there that didn't meet what needed to be. And for the most part, it looks like the budget has increased by about $202,000. Last year it was $1,901,306. With the current increases, the increases being for utilities, we had an increase on utilities. I did an increase for dues and subscriptions and professional services. And there's also an increase on contracted services. Those contracted services are going to have to be reevaluated, which is something that I'm looking into already, because we have several contracted services that I'm not for sure if there's something that is sustainable or a usable resource for us currently where it's at. So we're looking into those too. So with that being said, those are the only changes, which brings up the budget to $2,113,500. The increases, extra help stays the same. Overtime stayed the same. I know Commissioner Taylor had a question once about the overtime. The overtime is built in due to the way the dispatchers work. They work 12-hour shifts instead of 8-hour shifts. So one week they work 48 hours, the next week they work 36. The way that works out, there's the built-in 8 hours due to the 12-hour shift rotation. So that's why the overtime is where it's at. Telephone stays the same. Like I said, there's a $3,000 increase for utilities for there. Travel stays the same. Maintenance and repairs are the same. Training and education is the same. Dues and subscriptions requested $1,000 more. That way we can make every telecommunicator that is a certified telecommunicator a member of APCO, to where they were able to go in and get all the online training, the courses that is offered through APCO by being a membership. If not, then we'd have to pay for individual courses, which would actually in the long run cost more money. So with them being a member of APCO, they're able to go in and receive the training that's online that they do offer. And APCO is our accreditation company that does all the accreditation for emergency telecommunications. Let's see. Travel's the same. Do subscriptions. Professional services. The professional services also falls under the professional services is a $5,000 increase. The contracted services, as I said, last year it was $176,000. This year it's $300,000. When I go and did all the adding up of all the contracts, it come up to roughly $290,000 in contracts. Some of those contracts is an absolute have to, like the two-way contract that is for our support and maintenance. That means if something happens, it don't matter what day of the night it is, we make the phone call, they'll come repair the equipment. The power systems, which is Gruber, that is our battery backup that keeps everything running in the event of a power outage or generator failure. We have so long for that generator to kick in before we absolutely lose everything that we have. The Swift 911 mass notification system, that's a must that we keep to notify and send out alerts through the public on anything that we need. Motorola radios and Spillman, that is a must-have. Those are our communications in our CAD system. Casto Services, that is our HVAC system service people, and Lighter Solutions is our IT people. So there's only a couple on here, like the Easy Map software. I think we're going to be doing away with that because once the mapping is completed and updated, we will no longer be using Easy software. That and the other battery backup, it's not under contract right now, so that's where that's at.
on uniforms, gonna be staying the same. We can read it down. Capital outlay last year, it was asked for 400 and, this might as well say 75,000, but we've only spent maybe 20,000. Is that due to not having an agreement on the equipment? Or do you know the reasoning behind that?
I do not know the reasoning, but I can tell you what I have in the works for that capital outlay. That is two necessary things that has to be done within a certain period of time.
Okay, and what are those?
Our phone system, the end of life of the phone system is the end of service contract is 31 July.
Okay.
For $176,000, Solocom will come in and do a complete system refresh, head to toe, front to back, change all the switches, all the gateways, update the software and the firmware that needs to be for $176,000. They bill for 25% up front. And then once the equipment is delivered to our facility, they bill for 50% of it. And then after it is installed, operational, and cleared to work, they bill for the final 25% of it. Or we have the option to go with a complete new phone system, which is roughly $233,000 and some change. Which means we once again pick up a service contract through a leasing company, and we'll be paying roughly about 19% leasing fee, which will put us about paying $276,000 total for the phone system, which if we do that, we're $700 and some shy of the first payment of the 25% of the system refresh.
Okay, so we're saving roughly 100,000 by just getting the whole system refreshed.
Yes, sir. And it comes with a 5-year service contract, a maintenance contract, head to toe.
Built in. Okay.
And we own the equipment. So at the end of the 5 years, if we choose not to do the system refresh, we have to pack up all the stuff, send it back to them, buy the new phone system, they'll come and install it. Or at the end of the contract, we own that equipment. We do a 5-year agreement of a refresh, which will give us the refresh of the entire system, and we still have 5 years of phone service.
I know that Raleigh County had an issue. Their system went down, and they went to the new phone system that you guys were looking at. So, from what I understand from Raleigh County, there's a lot of issues with that system, and I'd prefer to stay with one that's going to work for us.
Like I said, I've worked out the details for that and everything. So we'd be roughly saving about $101,000 if we just do a system refresh.
Okay.
And then, of course, the other thing that needs to be done is to update our consolettes, which is the radios in the comm center. The consolettes together is about altogether it's $491,000 and some change. But if we was able to get it under contract by March 28th of 2021, we get a $106,000 discount, bringing it down to $385,000. And they are lease options for 5 and 7 years. The 5 years is 3.19% for $84,000 and some change per year, or 7 years at 3.9% for $62,000 per year.
Okay, and someone mentioned monitors.
Yes, the monitors, those for the screens. It's not a have to right now, but I would really like to get those monitors replaced. The pixels in them, they've been there since probably 13, or some's been there a little bit longer.
I'll just interrupt him on this one. They're awful. I mean, those monitors are awful. And where they're daisy chained together, a couple of them, they're not even of a consistent size. Like one of them was so small that I don't even know how the operators could see anything on them or sufficient information on it. And it was chained to one that was 2 inches larger, I think, which it wasn't much bigger. Like I want to say, what was it, like 13 and 15 inches or so? I mean, they were ridiculous.
15 inches daisy chained to a 24-inch.
So anyway, I think, and I've asked Kevin to talk to Ruth and I realize that right now we're kind of holding off on spending any CARES Act funding for good reasons, but I asked him to talk to her about where we might find some funds to replace those, just because they are they're bad. I mean, they don't even have the basic tools over there right now. The quality of the pixels is really low. It's something you would have seen in the late 90s where I worked.
So they're monochrome.
Just that was cute.
I couldn't resist that one.
They're pretty bad, but I will point out that one of us is 10 years older than the other one. And
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Okay, touche. All right. Do you feel, Allison, that these monitors should be one of the priorities, along with the telephone system and this thing by March?
I do. And I'd like time, and I just wasn't able to do it because we had that conference and we've had so many meetings. I'd like to get over there and work with Kevin a little more on this budget. And, you know, we've texted a little bit about priorities. And I want to make sure I understand exactly what they are and why, and let him explain everything to me with more detail so I can speak fluently to it during budget time. But I did ask him to set priorities to these things, but the monitors, given the output, the outlay for them is probably going to rank up there because, you know, it's going to be it's going to pay off. You know, we have to give people the basic tools to do their jobs.
Commissioner, you asked about the priorities, and the priorities that I have outlaid currently at the center is number one, the phone system, due to it being out of serviceable, no longer being serviceable 31 July, and then the radio system being the number two, and then the screens, and further on, as we discussed, going on down the line.
Okay, well, and we'll look, I mean, some of that's going to depend, you know, if the screens are an easy thing or a less expensive thing to fix, you know, it might bump it up a little bit, but we also need to consider that, that comms tower that John was referring to earlier. Is that in your budget?
That tower, ma'am, that tower does not belong to us. We are co-located on a tower owned by another company.
Okay, well, I'll circle back with you about that then.
Yeah, two-way communication owns the tower.
I see.
It just needs service really bad.
So it's going to have to be a talk between two-way radio and the entities who are co-located on that tower to bring up and express the concerns of that current state of that tower.
All right, I'll call you this afternoon about that, Kevin.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Tom, you got anything?
Yes, ma'am. I do have folks on the monitors. Yes, ma'am.
I say there's a lot of plus and minus back and forth between last year and this year's.
Yes, sir.
The only question, you're running at December 31st, 2020, you're between 35 and 40% of what your actual budget, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right.
The way that I understand it, yes.
I think it's capital outlay, so we can fund that.
It is.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, but,
Yeah.
and then I was gonna refer to, it's 74,000 on salaries and wages.
I do not.
And the second fact, I believe the reason you put it in there like that is because at your 6 months of 12/31/2020, you was already over
Yes,
what your budget.
That is correct,
was
yes,
supposed to be. I think that's why you did.
that is correct. Yes.
I was just asking a question. That's the reason.
No, I don't have that long sheet, so I couldn't refer back to it, but no, you are correct, sir.
Okay.
I was going by that long sheet. I was looking at it and noticing that some percentages was way higher than what it should be, meaning that I'm not going to be on target come June 30th if I don't watch what we're doing.
Right. So I mean, and I understand that. And that's the reason I was asking the question, because it's and you're going to go ahead and spend the whole $480,000 requested.
I will leave it up to the commission because, like I said, the first altogether, the phone system itself is $176,000, and then the radio refresh would be $385,000. But those are in the yearly payments.
But you should have
But I will have.
you carryover from this past year.
Absolutely, yes,
Okay,
sir.
I just want to make sure that's what you.
I'll have a carryover from this year to the new budget. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Maybe that's what you want, I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
I'm good with it. I'll have him-
Allison, any questions?
Not right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You guys be safe traveling to your,
Can I ask the commission what their thoughts is with going ahead and working with the current phone system? With July approaching, we have to get the ball rolling to make sure that we'll have everything done on time. I understand Ms. Taylor wants to further discuss things, but I just need to know from the commission standpoint how they would like for me to proceed with getting the ball rolling in the event that we do want to go with this.
well, I like the fact that we can save $100,000 on the telephone. And the other thing that you said we had to have done by mid-March.
March. I got it all right here, sir. In honor of Fayette County, if we sign and receive the contract by March 28th, we will receive a deduction of $106,337 off of the top amount of $491,000, which will give us a final price of $385,000.
Well, that's saving 200 and some thousand dollars.
And is this the one we pay with the card?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Actually, ma'am, everything that I do, I can pay on P card.
Allison, Ruth is smiling really big because we can use the P card for the purchase. So you know how she is with that card, which is
Yeah,
great.
I was definitely looking to hear from Ruth about the funding for this.
Yeah.
And the good thing about the 911 budget is it does not have to go to Charleston. The good thing about the 911 budget, does not have to go to Charleston like the other ones. So if we need to work on it further after March, 20, whatever.
Yeah.
We can give his extra attention.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, Ruth, when I meet with him, let's both meet with him.
Sounds good. We can do that.
And then I'll circle back and I'll send you guys an email so you know what all we've discussed.
Oakley dokley. All right. Anything else, Allison?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Nice shirt.
Thank you.
I like it.
Allison, he has on his 911 center shirt. I don't know.
I
if
was just chuckling at Luisa's.
That way you will look.
Even better.
Oh yeah, he's got his 911 jacket on too.
You
So.
didn't hear me say anything else about it, so you're good to go.
I appreciate your time and thank you.
All right, you guys be careful going to wherever you're going and coming back. All right, our next will be here till 10:30. So we have a break until 10:30, but we're not going anywhere. So other than Tom, maybe.
Found the deed dated April 1st. And this is a conveyance from URA to Rapids.
That's his own property.
Right.
That's not the treetop.
Yeah, right. What he said. But the problem is the complaint doesn't identify what property it's talking about. It just says a date on it. It makes reference to two appendix. It says appendix A, appendix B. Those are not attached to the original complaint in the circuit clerk's office. And nowhere else in the complaint does it identify the property. But the date on this deed is April 1st, so my guess is that's what this is about. But we shouldn't have to guess. But the reality is, I don't think the suit would be properly filed if it pertained to Treetop's property, LLC property. It wouldn't be proper to file that in Brad Wilson.
Yeah, this is the original.
I'm also wondering if we should continue with the 12:30 agenda item in light of this.
It's a possibility.
That would be your call.
Yeah, you're the,
On that one,
you know much more than we do.
I mean, it's a different piece of property, but it's essentially the same issue that he's raising in this complaint.
How do you get through all of it? It's the same issue. I don't believe it's the same.
No,
issue.
it's not the same issue.
I don't believe it's the same issue.
In a very general sense, and what I mean by that is essentially the complaint is alleging that the Fayette County Commission is not engaged in proper oversight of the Fayette County Urban Renewal Authority. And essentially the 12:30 agenda item, in a general sense, is an allegation that again, the Fayette County Commission is not engaged in appropriate oversight of the Fayette County Urban Renewal Authority. I'll see if I can get hold of Mr. Taylor and see what he thinks.
Yeah. That would be a good one.
Well, I'll go ahead and I'll try to give him a call. And see.
Forward everything to him.
When I sent a text to Mr. Keenan and pointed out that he didn't identify the property, I was hoping that he would send me a response to let me know specifically, so we don't have to speculate as to. I mean, the rules are pretty clear. He can amend this filing. He doesn't need the court's permission if he does so prior to us filing a response. And then even if we do file a response, the rules are that the laws that you should be given liberal authority to amend your pleadings, especially early on. But I'll go ahead and give him a call and
Okay.
see what he says.
I wish you had made me a copy of that, that agreement indeed, so I can refer to it. But that was a different agreement, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We need an agreement on this.
Adam Hodges just called with farmland easement. Was that approved?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Adam Hodges called to confirm, was the farmland easement, was that approved? I know Allison chose not to. Was it tabled or approved?
It was not approved. and I
It
think
wasn't
she-
approved.
Okay, okay,
I think she wanted to talk to Adam.
okay. All right. Thank you for the
Mhm.
clarification.
I'm just John, by the way. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Don.
All right.
What's he eating this time?
You're here for him to share it.
He's got cauliflower, broccoli, carrots, and then he's dipping it in ranch dressing, and then he's got all kinds of berries and nuts and stuff like that in a different cup.
This is the only time you've eaten better this month because we've had more meetings. He said he only eats well during the meetings.
That's why he likes having so many meetings, because this is the only time he eats well.
Yeah.
So, the health department thing, I just got the invoice for that vehicle repair. It's $4,000.
So, okay, we got to, I mean, we don't have anything in the budget for that.
I mean, it would fall under our insurance premiums, but.
Yeah. I mean, we do not, yeah, we need to see if she's free to come over and you talk to her.
Who was that? Terry?
Yeah, they purchased a vehicle. They want us to pay for it. We don't have the money to pay for their vehicle. Huh? They have their own insurance. We have their insurance for their vehicles. Oh, well, then we'll have to put the insurance on that, but I mean, we can't pay for the vehicle.
We don't even see her budget, do we?
No. But with the way the state's changing things, we might see it.
Well, what they were talking about. We had commissioners on there.
You know, there's no appendixes. There's not unless these are it. How did I get stuck on this one? I think so. Oh, yeah. I don't want to go to that. I'll put that one off. That's the calls took it for the year.
And that's for the whole county, right?
Yeah.
They don't have to break out of
What area?
Yeah.
No.
Whether it be an OQ or. I'd like that.
I don't think they can be that specific with their CAD system.
Well, you wouldn't believe.
No, this one went down quite a bit. Back one page. There it goes.
Tell me again what you're talking about, Joe.
Oh,
right here.
Yeah. Yeah, it went down quite a
Oh,
bit.
one page back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back in the back.
Theft of a bus?
Did you see the traffic stops?
No, that's what it's, oh yeah, I see it now. That's probably the biggest one
It is. I mean,
by far.
man, that's a bunch, man.
Yeah.
At least it doesn't smell like boiled eggs.
We don't have smooth. These need to go into Allison's box.
So this mouse turned off. Wow, that's weird. The reason I moved that thing, that like.
What are they?
It's the number of calls they had into the 911 center for the year.
Okay.
It gives a breakdown on what one it's for. Well, I tell you what, I really didn't realize how many bings and bongs comes off this thing until we started doing this.
I can turn them off, but then that way you guys still notice when people are coming in and out, so we can try it one day without it.
All right, that's all right. At first, it's like, okay, is that my phone?
Yep.
Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Are you not putting your minutes on the website anymore?
Not since we got this now. Well, I would like to do this one, everything before. What? That might be on the, what?
That might, what?
I'll find out.
She started a new job though,
Yeah, so she's not,
at the sheriff's department.
what I did is I told her, and we're doing this, we'll be on YouTube and stuff, we'll be live, we'll eventually be live.
Yeah.
But it's actually recorded, so I told her, she's with the sheriff's department now, so.
Do you have that letter?
Thank you. Tell you what, stop drinking soda, man. You put away a lot of water.
Yep.
Learn how to do that. See, that's what killed me, Tom, was when we had that place opened up. Oh, I need a drink. Gone really quick. You don't realize how many times you do that in a day's time.
Well, see, I don't drink one.
Do y'all want to consult with Bailey and Wyatt during our break at 11? From 11 to 12?
If we can.
We have water service at home, and I have the direct stairs and the sensor downstairs. So we can just, we add 5 gallons at a time, and we cycle through it really fast. But we make our coffee and stuff out of it too. A lot of water.
We got 5 minutes.
Yep.
Good, I'm gonna sign myself in my.
You
Yes, we have 5 minutes.
go.
Can't tell if this is, I had a glass of wine last night or a breakfast coffee. Usually that's probably. And it's not that fast. Somebody put pictures of the sleeping dog on my phone. I didn't take those.
No. That's cute though.
Yeah, she's.
Morning. How's it going?
How are you, sir?
Good. just wish that Mother Nature would take her weather someplace else,
Amen.
or just give us all snow. This ice is crazy.
Oh, he nailed it. Yeah, absolutely.
And then all we have is mud. We need the ground to freeze for about a month and kill all the bugs in it.
This is accounts payable documents folder. It's going to be the bottom.
Okay.
I start putting it on the archive. So I'll bring this in there. Electronic instead of paper.
And we're digging through drawers.
When do we have the scanners on order already, or?
You can't do it.
Yeah, but we already have them.
Yeah, we know what we're gonna get.
Okay.
This was just, get them because when they die, we miss them. So we're gonna get extras to have on hand.
Good. And then that'll make it easier for all of us to research it.
Well, if you're on the archive, I'm gonna put these on the archive, but.
Well, that's what we need to do, is we get access so we can. Tom likes to print out a lot of stuff, so.
I hate to say it, but I want to be able to write all over it.
He's probably got like 500 notebooks, 3-ring binders filled full of stuff.
That's what you write on it. It's, I don't know, I like to have notes and underline things.
Oh my God.
Neat.
What's the DRC thing?
They report.
Oh my God.
You know what this code wants to
We need
do?
to break that.
Hey, Allison, I hope you heard that, since you referenced me being 10 years older.
I did not hear it.
Well, Ruth said, what's DRC stand for?
My mom can't play.
So, you know what they say, your mind's the first to go.
Well, I like her remark from earlier about the 10 years older, because he's probably not creating more than
I don't want to hear it.
that.
Pick on the old guy day, I understand.
So DRC is not separate.
Not separate from what?
He said, James was saying they're
Who said that?
own
Who said that?
I haven't seen it as that in 4 years.
James.
I said the FEIU number they're using is ours, so.
So that would be.
Yeah.
Who's that said that?
Miller? Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Well, I think some of these DRCs are separate, completely separate
Yeah,
from the county.
because
I've called that and the top research, I think some of them are.
they have the ability to do billing and everything else where we don't have that. Yeah, but we don't have that ability. So I think they do have a different independent number for that. Tom is absolutely correct.
You got the hall fire, they can really know where they're going.
You're more right than you're wrong. Okay, we're at 10:30, and we have Mr. Deligne and Lieutenant Mooney with us. We'll ask that you come up to the podium and talk. That way we can hear. Allison called in today, so Allison will be on to listen what you've got to say.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks.
I have a copy from Commissioner Taylor also, which I think I forwarded digital copies to her also.
Okay.
But, I wear many hats, especially, I couldn't even begin to name them all. We don't have enough time on the agenda. But today, the hat I'm wearing is for the Midland Trail Community Center. I don't know how much you guys know about or the commission knows about the Midland Trail Community Center, but it used to be, it's formerly the Anstead Middle School. When the Board of Education consolidated the middle school into Midland Trail High School, they were looking for a viable entity to take the facility. And as on page 2 at the bottom, you can see there's a board of directors for the community center. And we took on that responsibility. We are a nonprofit. I am proud to say that we have never came and bothered you guys with our visions or our goals, namely specifically financially. Just a quick synopsis of some financial stuff. You know, our power bill over there is probably around $3,300 a month. And we've been running for 3 years now. So we put a lot of there's a lot of people that have put, actually, let me take that back. There are very few people that have put a lot of hard work into making this sustainable for the long term, which is one of the reasons why we're here. So we've been around since 2018, and really we've always had these grand visions of what we could do with the facility and what we could provide for our community over there, or the Midland Trail, the greater Midland Trail area. But we really didn't have the know-how or the gumption to get it pushed over the hump. And Mr. Deligne came along, and I'll let him speak in just a second, but he has amazing abilities and experience, and he has joined us on the board of directors, and he is going to move us in that direction. I firmly believe we come today seeking nothing more than support letters. And he'll get into more of that. Our goal is to eliminate the main building at the community center that was the school, and get rid of that structure, which will allow us to have additional parking and green space and help us out with utilities and such. So this is Mr. Bill Deligne, and I'll let him speak as it pertains to what we need the support letter for today.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having us over. So in addition, obviously, Tommy Ewing is the president of the Midland Trail Community Center, and I'm the vice president. More importantly, I'm in charge of the capital improvement committee for the facility over there, which in our main goal is to make sure the infrastructure of the building is such that the place can be viable and sustainable and cost effective and break even like a nonprofit's supposed to do. So we have a couple of large challenges in that domain. Nick mentioned one, the school building, the old classroom, if you're familiar with the old Ansted High School and then Ansted Middle School. The classroom building is large and it needs a lot of work, and it is very expensive to maintain from an electrical standpoint. So we worked with Region 4, Community Development Office there, and applied for a block grant, for a community development block grant for $250,000 to tear that facility down. So the application went in on the 29th of January, and it's a very competitive process. Region 4 alone had 22 applications. Now there is $13 million there at the state for funding these grants, so they'll pick many projects. The Region 4 said the best thing we could do between now and over the course of the next several months, they expect announcements to be made somewhere around the summer, in the June timeframe. And I said, well, what can we do to help? And they said, well, there's support letters. If you can get the community to send in support letters to the organization that does the review process and make the recommendations to the governor, that would help. So I think that's one of the things we're asking for anybody who's willing to do that, to provide those support letters. And we have all the information of where to send that to, who to send it to, and what the address is and all that. So I've already personally sent my own letter. So we've tried to make that school building work, but it just, we've been trying for 2.5 years now, and it really, we have not come up with anything that offsets the cost of it. And so we really feel it needs to be tore down, and it fixes at least one of our other major problems, and that's parking over there. So that it creates a good deal of extra space for us to be able to create a parking lot, and probably another green space for soccer field, football field, what have you. The second item, the second biggest item, is the gymnasium. It's been officially designated as emergency shelter by the county. And the school it used to have an old coal fire furnace that was secured many years ago. And so our biggest challenge with the gymnasium is securing a long-term HVAC type setup for that gym. We have a makeshift oil-fired furnace in there now, a used oil-fired furnace, but that's not a long-term solution. We have to haul 55-gallon drums of used oil in there to make that thing work. So we're also working with Region 4 on another HUD block grant that they feel the call for applications are going to be out in the next month or so for that. And there's $1.5 million set aside for emergency shelter improvements that was put in place as a result of the floods that you had here in 2016. And so we're certainly going to apply for that to try to establish a long-term solution for the gymnasium. So, and then a couple of one of the more fun things we're also working on. We're working with Bill Wells from the Mountain State Trail Alliance. We're kind of strategically placed there. All the property between the Midland Trail Community Center and the Hawks Nest River Trail is pretty much owned by either Midland Trail Community Center or the town. So we have a vision that we'd like to establish a trail structure there in and around the property on Midland Trail Community Center, and then branch off to connect up with the other trail structure.
Go ahead. I was waiting until you're done.
Okay. Well, that we're just getting started on that. Mr. Wells came over and walked the property with me the other day, and he thinks that we've got a real, it's real promising there. The property is kind of unique when you, I don't know if you've ever seen the football field over there. When you drop over the far end of the football, there's a set of cliffs there. I mean, when you walk around, it's absolutely gorgeous. And of course, I've never seen a trail nicer than the one that goes down Mill Creek from the Hawks Nest Trail. If you've been on that, it's absolutely beautiful. So there's a kind of, and we have just a myriad of other projects that we're working on, a lot of which we can handle inside of our own means. Tearing down the school building, that's beyond our means, and establishing this, getting the gym up to appropriate standards for an emergency shelter, that's beyond our needs. That involves an HVAC system and an emergency diesel generator in case there's power outages and all that. So we're going to need help with those, and then connecting up with the trail project that the town of Ansted's doing, and the other things Bill Wells is doing. We'll probably need a little bit of help, but Mr. Wells has tuned us on to the grants that are available for that too, because the state puts money into the rails and trails projects, and so we're excited about that. So those are kind of the three of the kind of more major things we're working on. So questions?
What you met with Bill last Friday or Friday before last?
It was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. I was supposed to be there, but
you were?
Yeah,
okay.
I thought Bill was supposed to tell you. I said, tell Bill tell him I can't make it because I got a commission.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, sorry you missed that.
That's okay, because me and Bill, I've been involved with Bill with Trails Over. We wrote some stuff to the DOH
Okay.
that was approved to share the road over there also.
Okay.
Bill told you that.
No, I didn't. I did.
Talked to Hawks Nest,
Okay.
and we've been over riding around with John.
John Osborne.
Yeah.
Yeah. John joined us that day.
Yeah.
So, I obviously whatever we do has to be coordinated with the town.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's the letter y'all, the town wrote a letter in conjunction with the commission.
Okay.
Showing us share the road because some of the property was in the county.
Yeah.
And some of the property was in Anstey.
Okay. That's for John's
Yeah.
town project. Right. Okay.
So that was one of the things I was going to ask you. I didn't know you was one of the gentlemen. There was two of y'all he met over there.
Yeah, I was the other one. Yeah.
Yeah. So as long as, I wanted to make sure that you as a gentleman was talking to Bill.
Okay.
That was one of the things because we're working on something that's connecting all the municipalities. And I'm going to try to put something together. Me and him's meeting again tomorrow. And it brings Anstead into all this. and Hawks Nest and everything,
On
so.
a trail type thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's everything over there.
this region has just, that is just a tremendous, opportunity for this region.
Have they put the share the road signs up yet? Through Ansted?
I don't know, I really couldn't tell you.
I hadn't noticed them, Commissioner.
Okay,
I had looked, but I hadn't noticed.
okay.
Yeah.
They put them up there, a big yellow
Right.
sign, it's got the bicycle on it. It's pretty nice looking.
Okay, well, I'll definitely look for them when I go back over there today. I don't think they're up, actually.
Okay, just curious, but yeah, what's the long-term goal? I wasn't in that meeting, but I was supposed to be. What's the long-term goal of the facility besides tearing the building down for parking? I mean, what else do you have in mind besides a trail or?
Oh, well, you know, there's a, yeah, I would encourage you to take a look at the strategic plan, because it
Well, I got it open, but.
kind of lays, I know it's long, it kind of lays it out, but.
And I'll read it this evening.
Yeah, we're kind of, there's a lot of different things, certainly youth sports, you know, making the facility benefit the community in a way that it can be self-sustaining from a financial standpoint is certainly our primary objective. And I would tell you too, I mean, we're kind of just getting started. I mean, it's been a community center for a couple of years, but you know, one of the things I learned in my previous career is that, well, you better have a vision, you better have a plan, right? Or you don't know where you're going, and you're never going to get there. So that's what we attempted to do there. I mean, we're looking into other things that will benefit the community, from working with the churches there for food pantries, like I said, youth sports, the trails, and I'll tell you, you know, one of the things we're doing as soon as we leave here, we're going to go back over there and get to work. We're holding the services for the 2 kids that were killed in the car wreck, and just because it's a facility that can handle the kind of crowd we think we're going to have for that. So
One other benefit we have, Commissioner, we have a full commercial kitchen down there. Everything that we've had other entrepreneurs reach out to us about using it for they rent that space, and they come in, and we have a lady who wants to rent it to come in and do baked goods, and then she sells them type of stuff. So there is an endless amount of opportunity and possibilities for this facility. We just have to get it up to what we consider acceptable. In the beginning, we wanted the property, we wanted to try to keep the property just maintained. That's where the youth sports come in. So we do the football, the youth cheer, the youth wrestling, the middle school wrestling, the high school wrestling, the middle school basketball, boys and girls, the high school basketball, boys and girls all share that facility. Then we have baseball, softball cages, we have pitching machines, we've secured all the equipment that we've either purchased or was donated. And folks can rent that for $25 an hour. Now it costs about $77 an hour to turn the lights on and hit the heat. So we're losing $50 every hour, but we understand who we are trying to help. So, and we have folks that come all the way from Mount Hope and Beckley, Fayetteville, Oak Hill, the Valley, Nicholas County. And I don't know anybody specifically from Meadowbridge, but over around the Dainese area, we have some folks from over around the acres. So, I mean, we service a lot of folks, and Mr. Deligne and his experience and his vision will be able to get us from a makeshift youth sports complex to the grand vision that you'll read in this evening. I firmly believe that.
And I'll tell you, Nick volunteers an awful lot of time, and he's really helped some people over there. Even though he don't want to take credit for it, I know several people I've talked to that said you helped change their life. So thank you very much for what you did.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it.
So we are at a point where we need to make a decision about this letter. So I'm open for a motion.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh,
Now, I didn't have all of this information when we drafted the letter. I think we can do even better than we have. Amy and I just had like a small amount of information. I think we can make it more persuasive before we sign it. So it doesn't, what I'm saying doesn't have anything to do with my motion I'm about to make, that we definitely submit a letter of support for the Midland Trail Community Center. But I do think that we can write a more persuasive letter given the information we have in the strategic plan that I just received a copy of and can forward to Amy.
Okay, well, let's do this. Allison just made a motion. Tom?
Second.
Tom will second. Any discussion on it? Okay, my discussion is, Ruth, we're going to approve the letter, and Allison and Amy will get together and write a barn burner of a letter so that we can help them in getting this, or help as much as we can in getting this grant. Does that sound good to you, Allison?
It sounds great. And I want to commend you both and everyone involved in that project. I mean, Lieutenant Mooney made a great point. I mean, they're one of the first groups to come before us and say, hey, we just want your moral support. We're not asking for money. And it's frankly one of the most worthy causes for a pitch for money that I've heard this year. So, you know, I'm really impressed with what you've done, and kudos to all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had the motion to second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's motion is approved.
So how do I get a hold of either one of you about what's going on over there? So when we present this, or I read this, maybe I can come up with something to help even further with what me and Bill Wells is putting together.
I'm available. You can write my phone number
Yeah,
down
you
there.
would.
All right. I'm planning on quoting you on the barn burner or whatever.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right.
Trust me, with Amy on it, it will be one. She
Okay.
is eloquent.
All right. Nice to meet you virtually, Allison.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we are up to Mr. Prince. Randy Prince, did you climb that tree today? Were you able to call in? *6, Randy. It's an inside joke on that one.
What about now?
Oh, there you are.
There we are.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
You hit that *6 and climbed that tree today.
Good morning.
I climbed the tree.
Okay, all right. Randy, we'll turn it over to you on this agreement.
Okay, let me try to explain that a little bit. And if y'all have a question, you can jump in. I'm real hoarse today, so just bear with me and we'll get through it. But anyway, I'm representing Southern District. And basically what that agreement says is that the county and the Southern District will enter into an agreement that if anywhere in the county that they would have like a natural disaster, like a slide or a creek would become obstructed, that would change the natural flow of the water. And let's just say the water begins to spill on the highway. And then with this agreement, y'all take priority over a county that don't have an agreement. And then we come in, we mean, you know, the district and the state, and we cost share. Now, the county would be up to the county to provide a dump site to where we're going to dispose of this material, whether it be sediment, trees, brush, whatever, to get rid of it. And then we cost share 50%. The state pays 50% for the cleanup, and the county pays 50%. And that's about the best way I can describe it. You have any questions?
Okay, Randy, so what it means is, like the one creek that's down in Scarbro that you and I've already talked about.
Which is Acorn, right?
No, it's, I have to forget the name of it, White Oak.
White Oak. Okay, all right. Now I'm with you. There's a problem there.
Yeah. So you guys would come in, dredge
Provide the crew and the equipment.
it, and remove trees if needed and everything else. And as a county, we would have to be 50-50 in on the cost and
Right.
provide a dump site.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we would do all the work. We'd remove it, haul it away to wherever your choice is.
Do you have any idea on how much the cost would be per hour to do something like that?
I don't. I should have got that, but I don't have it. I could get more information. We can talk about it later. But at this point, I do not have a figure.
Okay, and how many other counties have signed up for this?
In our district, we represent 6 counties, and Fayette County is the only one that does not have an agreement.
Is this the same agreement?
He probably did.
What was that question?
Is this the same agreement that the other counties signed?
Yeah, the other counties are signed, and Fayette County is the only county we don't have an agreement with. Now, if you choose not to sign the agreement, and then you can still request a work crew if you would have some kind of a blockage or something there. And then, or you could go to a private contractor. I mean, that's up to you all. But, this gives you an option where the state's going to pick up half of the cost.
Commissioner Brenemen, this is Kevin. I got a question if Randy might be able to answer it.
Okay.
Randy, this is Kevin at the 911 Center. This agreement that you're talking about now, I've been working on this for a while. With the Southern Soil Conservation and everything. The way that I understand it, so let's use Pax area for instance. We know that we do have some landslides, some slippage, trees blocking the creek and everything. Would that fall under this agreement to where you'd come in and help mitigate that project?
Yes, I'm aware that there's a tree in the creek at Pax.
We actually have.
Is that what you're thinking about?
We actually have several trees in the creeks with blockages and some land slippages causing the creek to reroute and wash away the banks, like on the railroad tracks in different places. That's why I was asking. Yeah,
that would come under that agreement. Yes. Now we would remove all the material out of the creek, and take it to, like I say, we would transport it to whatever site y'all can come up with. I think I've answered your question, haven't I?
Yes, sir. That's exactly the answer that I was looking for. Thank you.
Hey, Kevin, is this if there's a flood, or is this prior to? Because I haven't really read this, to be honest with you.
So the way Randy explained it was pretty much the same thing. It's the agreement with the conservation agency, with the 50-50 cost share. It's the one that I'm not sure if it was me or you or me and Commissioner Brenemen talked about there a couple of months ago, signing an agreement with them to come in and mitigate streams that are blocked and things like that. So, I mean, it would even fall, even if there was a natural disaster, i.e. flood or something like that, to where we didn't have crews to come in, it would be a project that we could request a work crew through. And Randy, correct me if I'm wrong, we could request a work crew. We have to designate the location for them to come and dispose of the material, and then it's a 50 cost share, county to the state.
Right.
All right, I have a couple questions. One is this something that would be automatic, or is each expenditure and designation if we bought into this and entered into a contract, would each expenditure come through the commission for approval? That's my first question.
Yes. In other words, we would come in and give you an estimate as to what it's going to cost to remove this blockage. Or if let's say the mountainside come down and it obstructed the creek and it changed the natural flow of the water, and we had to go in and put the water back where it should be. And then we would give you an estimate before we began work. I think that's your question, Alton. Am I right?
Yep, that's my question. You would give us an estimate and then we would have the opportunity to approve or decline.
Yes.
Okay.
The only
and then,
thing this does for you, really, it provides you 50% of the cost share.
and that's on preventative measures as well as emergency response.
Yes. That's like John spoke of White Oak Creek. I mean, there's going to be a problem there in the near future because the sides of the channel are actually just caving in. So at some point in the near future, that's going to become completely obstructed. And that's going to force the water up in the road.
It almost happens every time it rains.
Yeah. But, you know, really, as far as the agreement, I mean, just my opinion, I mean, it's really going to help you all because otherwise the full price of the cleanup is going to fall to the county.
True. So this will save us 50%, doesn't cost us anything up front, and then we have the ability to say yes or no when there is an issue.
And one more question, Kevin. How does this work with FEMA? Does it work any way with FEMA?
I didn't get the question.
No, sir, it does not. It's a total separate from that.
Okay.
So it's separate. So FEMA could do some, and then we come back in with this to do the rest.
So, John or Tom, if I'm not mistaken, the way you're asking is if it can interchange with FEMA. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So let's use. We'll just say we'll use White Oak Creek for an example. You know, if we have a flood in that area, we're declared a state of emergency. We're able to get the assistance from FEMA to come in. The National Guard or whoever will come in and do so much of it, and then that's all they can do after their hands are tied. Then this is where that could pick up in the event of we need to do something in the stream for mitigation or something like that that's blocking or obstructing or moving the flow of the water that caused the flood.
Well, it sounds like also this could be used to prevent a flood, and FEMA is a responsive agency. It's not a preventative agency.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct.
Are there any other preventative agencies with funds that we work with for these sorts of things, Kevin?
I am currently working with, it's called Canaan Valley. I can't remember the last name of it, but I've requested information from them to try to get them to work on the PAX issues for us, and we haven't heard back from them yet.
Did you say Canaan Valley?
Yes, I can't remember. It's Canaan Valley something.
Is it a district?
No, it's a different agency that does mitigation.
Oh, okay, all right. But anyway, I was going to get back to you. Yes, you know, just like PAX. I know that trees in that creek, it's been in the creek, but nobody's really reached out to say, you know, we'd like to get this tree removed to eliminate this problem.
Now, how, like, if we were to approve certain work or certain project, and then you would bid it, right? How does the organization you're representing right now compete those contracts?
Well, I think what you're saying is, I say, keep in mind, we're only one of 9 districts that have a actual work crew. So we got all the equipment we need and the crew to come in and do this work. So, you know, like the tree in the creek at Pikes, we have the ability to just get there and take that out. But somebody in the county's got to request that we do that. And I don't know if I answered your question or not.
No, I mean, when you say we the team, who is
That
that?
would be the county and the Southern Conservation District.
And is that a government entity or, I mean, I
State entity.
haven't heard of it before, so I'm trying to understand how it's structured because we've gotten in trouble
It's a
before
state
when
entity.
it is a state entity.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure because we've gotten in trouble before when we kind of delegate work or competing of work to organizations and then they don't, you know, adhere to the code in order to, you know, hire people.
Right. We actually work in the Department of Agriculture under Kent Leonhardt.
That helps.
I don't have a problem with it. I wanted to make sure that it doesn't lock in forever, and I just read the effective date and termination date. And I don't have a problem with this. I think all my questions have been answered, but yeah, and that's one of the things I wanted to see. Whether if it's a 5 years, it says effective for 5 years. But then it says either party can terminate within 30 days with written prior notice. I don't know whether you've seen that and make sure that says what it looks at, Anthony, and make sure that's correct.
Allison, you have any more questions?
Where are you looking, Tom?
No.
Take that.
John, if I could, let me iterate something on the Allison's last question. If we come in, let's say you did have a blockage or a disaster, and we come in and give you a price of what it's going to cost to, you know, remove this, and you say, well, I believe we can get a private contractor cheaper or a lot more cost effective, then that's an option to you all. You are not committed to the district. We're just telling you up front that we'll pay half the cost.
And you'll give that estimate. You'll give that estimate for us to look at and see what our 50% match would be. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And what I do have another question. So Randy, if it's a state of emergency, how does your organization prioritize among the members with which you have contracts? If there are a limited number of resources to mitigate things, who sets the priorities of what gets addressed first?
Well, we would just go out and look at each site. And then I guess it would be, you know, we would try to, the district would assume takes the priority. What's causing the biggest problem as we work through it. Now, we also have the ability to call in, you know, private contractors and subcontract after them to help with the cleanup. I think back in 2016, we really had a mess, and we had to actually hire extra help.
And is Anthony still in the room? Has he had a
Yes.
chance to look at the contract?
He's looking right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tom, to answer your question, the agreement can be terminated in one of two ways. After 5 years, it automatically terminates. But it also correctly. Mission Center provides 30 days notice at any time the agreement is terminated.
Did you want to ask Anthony any questions, Allison?
I just want to know what his take is on the contract. Does it seem standard and advisable based on what we've heard?
I mean, I don't see a down. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I don't see a downside for the county. I mean, essentially, we're not obligated to do anything. It's simply a function of if a proposal is presented and the county wants to go forward with it, the county has, as I understood, the county has to pay 50% of the cost, but the county's not obligated to go forward. So it's essentially a cost sharing contract. And then if it, at any point in time, the county decides to get out of the contract, we can by simply providing 30 days notice.
Okay, well, that resolves my concerns and questions.
I mean, to me, if the county needs something done in this area, it's simply a way of having half of the cost provided by the conservation agency.
Well, if that's all the questions you have, I was gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signal by aye.
Aye.
Okay, Randy, it's passed. I'm going to sign it now, and we'll get it into the mail to you.
Thank you, Randy.
Okay, John, if y'all have any questions in the future or anything you don't understand, feel free to call me.
We'll do
So
it.
Kevin, this is something that if we haven't got an answer for down tax, you're gonna contact this organization and see what it costs to fix the problem at tax. Is that what you probably may do? You may do?
Yeah.
Okay.
And well, and also,
Now,
while
anytime
you're-
y'all aware of a problem, you need to let us know.
Okay, Randy, thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you all. Great talking to you.
All right, it's signed, and Ruth will put it in the mail.
Looking forward to seeing everybody in the future.
All righty, thank you, Randy.
All right, y'all have a good day.
Okay, be
Bye-bye.
careful getting out of that tree. Okay, our 11 o'clock has canceled due to no power. So we are at a break until noon.
Hey, John,
Yes,
I'd like to move that we go into executive session for legal consultation now that we have this space, given the complaint that was served on us this morning. And I think all the parties are available. If you guys want to move into the administrator's office, and I can call in, and then I can dial in our outside counsel on this. If you guys, if somebody seconds and you guys want to discuss it.
I think it's
second.
I second.
Okay, it's moved in second. We go into executive session for legal counsel. Currently, it is 11:09. So we shall return.
Who's going to be in there? Just
Commission.
Do I need to stay here?
I think she goes with us.
Yeah, she goes.
I think she probably technically is an employee, and that's
Well, I know every other time that we had anything, the administrative assistant was there.
I thought it was you, but.
Okay, it's whatever you think, Anthony.
well, we'll go in there and talk about it.
Okay.
What was the question?
Asking about Ruth coming in, I have no problem.
Oh, I think she should. I mean, she's, some of this stuff, she has information and input that is quite valuable, I think.
Correct.
Have you worked with any big well drillers around here?
Well drillers? Yeah.
I mean, with the county being the client, I think that she falls under that umbrella. Do you not, Anthony?
Why don't we talk about that when we get in there?
Okay.
There's a guy up in Ansted. He's really, yeah.
Okay.
I gotta go into a meeting.
Okay, I'll try and catch you if I saw that you guys were gonna take a break.
Okay.
I'll get his name for you, Susan.
Okay, I've called a few people and I've had a rough time getting people to reach back out to me. I finally got the plan bill guy, but I want to get as many as work and also just like I've never drove the new well or done that, so any advice on that? Seriously, I've got it still like 3 yesterday. Just saying, you need into the executive. All right, just a second. Hey, when I hang up, there's that listen. saw you move. Oh. Yeah. But I transferred the call from here. I'm still living in there. Yeah, she's gotta be part of it, so I'm gonna make myself a host. So I can go in there and let people in and out from the phone. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm still not, I tested it out this morning. That will work.
I will be back as soon as, but she said it's probably going to take a couple hours.
Yeah. I remember doing that. So it's not very long. All right.
So I don't know how long, but I plan on coming back. Because I got
If I could figure out my screen sharing and how to turn it off to where they could still see that, and I could do my stuff and right here, but everybody see my stuff.
I don't think there's a writing that much to them. It's really people looking for maintenance or, stuff like that.
Okay.
Haven't had any. I don't know. It wasn't my name.
How it's gonna be.
She's on her own. So I could create, can you just create extra large? Yeah, I think there's a whole lot of that order. Yeah, you don't really do that. They're probably getting out spot.
No, there's nothing else. That's when they first started. But I'm really neat with stuff.
What are they,
What's that?
Did you have a little tiny hole in there?
Oh, right there.
Did you have it on here?
Yeah.
I'll put it back there.
Oh, there's a little. All right. What do you give me that? We're in executive session right now. What I see flat out.
Speaking of courthouse.
Let me have you talk. Yeah, let me get you over to the sheriff's department. Just one minute. Hey, they're in executive session right now.
Oh, okay.
No,
Do you want us to wait outside?
you good. You guys can come on in. They're across the hall.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, I mean, you can use those back there. They're just not letting us set up the chairs. So you can use one of those and then just, yeah.
Are we good here?
Yeah, you choose that one and then the other one.
Yeah, I know you guys are trying to.
Spread it right out, yeah.
Yeah, this is something that'd be, I think it'd be easier to do in person than try to do this all over a Zoom call.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We've got a commissioner on Zoom call today too.
Oh, okay. Who's on Zoom today?
Allison.
Oh, Allison's on Zoom.
Running behind.
We actually, the 11 o'clock canceled,
Oh, no.
so, and it's an hour long. So.
We could be here sooner, I'm sorry.
That's okay. They took this time to go through their executive session.
Yeah, with what?
And, they've got a 12 o'clock discussion for 30 minutes too, so. I thought they were gonna move that up.
Okay, when I was in there,
Yeah.
when we were filing that.
I didn't know they were gonna do the executive session.
Yeah, and that's probably, I mean, yeah, it makes sense there's one needed after what we filed this morning, it's like, yeah. It's really after the URA, not the commission, we just, yeah, it's not.
Well, and at that point, they said they were gonna try back her up, and now they're kind of back on track again.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes.
We're 12, so we're back to 12:30 then.
We'll see, I'm letting
That's
them
fine,
know.
it doesn't matter, we have nowhere to be, so
Okay.
we're good. Yeah, we appreciate all your help.
Well, and no problem, and I've got to, at 12 o'clock, we're all trying to cover the funds today, so I've got some here. Because they're in there with the executive session, so I'm gonna go in there for the 12. But I'm gonna make myself a post.
I'm assuming you got those files from Ruth.
Yes, I mean, yeah, they've all got them.
Good, I hadn't heard anything from anyone, so I assumed.
Yeah, they've got them, Anthony has them.
Yeah, cool.
Well, you know what, I'm Amy Dangerfield, I'm your neighbor, with the great hearing. You've got Gage, yeah, with the jerk dogs. They're babies, they're babies. Great hearing. I don't know if she's gonna get any bigger or not, but just a year. You know, and she's still. Yeah, well, and then, we had the other two Boltons, and we lost them both within a month of each other, you know, they both had 2 different kinds of cancer. Yeah. Yeah, we were just pretty miserable, and we had the opportunity to get the great hearing, she was 6 months old, and we rehomed her, and then we had a breeder for a Bolton lined up, he didn't get ready to have puppies, and then somebody said, this Bolton, we never met, and he's the Bolton. We bring him on. He is exactly age for the great hearing. So they're best friends. They're tearing me up, but they're best friends. Oh, they love Gage.
He just ignores.
Oh, he's great.
He just straight on.
No, she's getting ready to do a training or something because she's completely, literally a different breed. Golden, this is our 5th one.
It's really
Yeah.
He's my first.
Well, so, I mean, you know what we're getting into with that? She's stubborn. She does what she wants, and apparently that's what the breed is supposed to, yeah. She does not like me.
Here, the great Pyrenees, yeah, they're guardian dogs,
Yeah.
is what they're primarily a new race for.
So I have all those windows in the front of the house, is not fun when I was working from home. Work all day. But she takes care of the kids, she does. Check them out.
Meet you.
Yeah, you too. You know, without a fence between us.
Right. I woke him yesterday about Thursday.
Oh, gosh. We were taking them out, but it's just. We were picking them both up in the field and letting them walk, but, we just got 2 chickens to be out in the cold.
it's hard to keep an eye on it. Of course, you got a fence, I don't have a fence. So
No, she's gonna have to stop running that fence because she comes in or mud every.
sure, yeah.
Oh, she's terrible. And then if you do keep them in, then you start terrorizing the cat. It's good.
I got two cats that care around the way.
See, and our cat grew up almost, one of them almost to the day with one of our golden retrievers. And so when we got the other one, I was like, oh, maybe she'll just run better. They're getting better. I mean, we only have 6 or 7 months, but my just giant puppies just came to the house all the time. But at least kids are home with them, so they get lots of attention. And, I mean, this is the best case scenario to get new dogs.
Yeah, but I got one back in June and it was, yeah. Yeah. She's a little stubborn at times. She's good when it's just me around, but when another person comes up, she just gets so excited for somebody else and you can't, her or another dog like this, or there's another dog, another person, another dog, she just gets crazy. You can't bring her in sometimes. She's half golden retriever, half border collie, so it's like, yeah, it's a.
She's black, she's pretty sweet, she can be.
Yeah.
The golden pointer that we have, it's like it's spring and blood.
Yeah, she jumps, that's what I'm trying to break is the jumping, like the.
I know you jump the fence, you learn to, you haven't. Try to fatten up.
Yeah.
He just runs all the time.
It's like how crazy is you only have a fence so high that so many dogs can jump over that type of fence. It kind of defeats the purpose of it.
My old golden, that's why we put the fence in front of the trampoline because she brought the old trampoline because she would jump on it with the kids.
Oh.
What's up, guys?
I'm getting big pictures.
Hey, it's not personal. I want to say it like
If she comes in.
That's all right. One of these days, all y'all's gonna miss me.
What?
Miss me.
Are you gonna win the lottery too? Because that's my escape plan.
In order to win, one must play.
That's true.
I don't play. You know, I think I have a better shot at getting hit by lightning than winning the lottery. Plus, I can buy, you know, if I buy them at Walmart, I can buy a few bottles of water for $1. I signed that sheet and gave it to you, right? For the 50% match from the state. Okay. All right. Pool beats. That can go in that pile. Maybe. This can go into that pile. Tom, Jeff, you guys sign in for us?
You want me to sign it?
Yeah, please. That way we have a record of you being here other than whatever else. And then we've got something going on with the screen.
run the Zoom from in there and everything.
I can't hear you.
Amy has changed her host to herself
Yeah,
because she's gonna run the Zoom in there and answer the phones.
at the same time?
Yes,
Okay,
with his door having.
yes, but we don't have anybody from upstairs that can help do that? Okay. All right. Allison, you there? Hello, Allison.
But she's not back on my phone.
Okay, well. Oh, they need to make copies of this for you. This is.
Oh, this ain't mine?
No, they need to make copies of it. So just give it to Amy and she can make copies for you and Allison.
Yeah.
It was good. I went through it, part of it last night.
Okay.
Allison, you there now?
I'm in here now.
Okay,
Yep, I'm here.
okay, good. Thank you.
It's a little chilly, a little chilly. Actually, I'm hopping into
All right.
a Zoom meeting.
We are coming out of an executive
What we
session
call you?
where no decisions were made. It is now 12:02, and our next agenda is the coal reallocation discussion and decision. And what do we got here?
Well, I
Mr.
think,
Releases?
I think we're gonna wait on the, correct me if I'm wrong. We're gonna wait on the decision on how much coal reallocated is earmarked for the URA from the May 16th to May 16 to May 19. But I think we are gonna make a decision, and I'm gonna make a motion that the URA should not discuss services or any payment of any invoice without prior commission approval or without a signed requisition by two commissioners.
You're talking about coal reallocated.
Yes, I'm talking about coal reallocated.
I'll second that motion, and I'll say that we are following the recommendation of our auditor here.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to address that.
Well, Jeff, we have a motion and second on the floor. We'll get to discussions here in a second. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussions?
Sure. I wrote Anthony in a letter January 21st and asked him to review the URA law and advise the commission and the URA on what the legal rights are of the county commission over the URA. And he walked out the door and I asked him, are you going to be at the meeting? He said, no, he had a legal counsel, was maybe they're on the phone, I don't know, or on this call for it. But until we can learn what your legal authority is, I'm not sure. I mean, you can make the motion and pass it, but I'm not sure that you have the authority to do it.
Okay.
Unless you can present a written letter from your legal counsel to the URA that you have that authority, I think it needs to be tabled to another time.
We do have legal counsel on the line. Are you there, sir?
Yes, this is Michael Taylor.
Michael, we had the President Jeff Proctor of the URA make a statement. Did you hear
Yes.
his statement?
I kind of, basically, if I'm heard you correctly, you're not sure that the commission has the authority to require that that the commission has the authority to require that any expenditures out of a specific shared fund be approved by the commission. Is that my understanding?
I would add that to oversee the day-to-day operation of our financial and real estate actions.
It's my understanding that they're just concerned about this specific fund that they have joint, that I guess you have some access to. So I'm not sure how that would affect your day-to-day operations if you have other funds that you can pull money from. But this is a joint fund, or this is a fund that is maintained by the county commission that you were granted access to at some point. And per the auditor's recommendations, they have to have an accounting of what that funding is being used for. And so that's where this is where this is coming from, is my understanding.
Mike, we have Commissioner Louisa is on our board. It seems a little gregarious, what's the right word? A little high-handed oversight of our group, and I would think that just one of the commissioners would be able to provide any insight that we need.
The county commission has to act as an entity, as a body, not as an individual. So if one commissioner is not sufficient authority to act as the county commission, and this isn't per se an authority issue, it's an accounting issue with respect to a fund that is maintained by the county, for which your entity was granted, some revenue source from. This is not a fund owned by you. It's a fund owned by the county for which you have access to. And so therefore, because it's public money that we're dealing with, and at the auditor's recommendation, this is good accounting practice. This is good stewardship of money, of taxpayer money, with respect to that. It does not affect any other funds that you may maintain separately outside and a part of this coal reallocated fund. It's just simply this fund that we're discussing. And your point about the county commissioner being on the entity is taken, but again, like I said, the county commission cannot act as one. They have to have a majority vote in order for it to be an act by the county commission.
I hear what you're saying, but I also would challenge that there's a running total of money that has come into the fund during that time and the expenditures that have gone out, and that if they would maintain that in a way that we had access to, do we really need to have them approve our expenditures?
So what you're asking is not a legal question; it's more of a practical policy question, and that would be a decision that the commission could decide to take. But from a legal aspect, right now there's only one fund. I don't know this for sure, but it's my understanding, but I don't know this for sure, that this fund is the type of fund that is not allowed to be separated out. It's got to be maintained as one fund. So that's my understanding. But even still, even if it was a fund that could be parceled out, that's entirely up to the county commission as to whether they would want to do that or not, because that's a policy decision, not a legal decision, with respect to the management of their money. From a legal standpoint and from an accounting standpoint and an auditing standpoint, it's their fund, they own it, they've granted you access to it, and therefore, with respect to best accounting of practices and auditor requirements, this is in order to come into those compliances, that's, I guess, that's what the motion relates to, and the county has to take action on it.
But Mike, this seems to me to step over that line. They are asking for permission to control it in a way that they are asking for permission to tell us how we are allowed to spend our portion. And I can understand where the county commission would be concerned and want to know that we didn't spend their portion. But I don't know that I think that motion overreaches how they can control us on our day-to-day activities.
I'll just simply respond and incorporate my previous remarks regarding this is their fund, this is their money. The portion that they reallocated to you, they can that you may have access to, they control that. That this would not affect per se your day-to-day operations, as you have access to other funds or accounts that you may privately maintain, and so you can operate out of those accounts without any sort of oversight. And at the end of the day, this is their money. It's not their money, it's the taxpayers' money that they're the stewards of, and based upon the recommendations of the auditor, this is the controls that they're putting in place, and we're not aware of any statutory provision that states that the county commission cannot exercise control over the funds that they've allocated, or over funds that are in their account that you may have access to a portion of. If you are aware of a statute that says that you have this unfettered access to funds granted to you by the county commission, we'll be happy to take a look at it. But in our review of the code, especially 161816, it says nothing about any such unfettered authority related to the funds. They're the public body, and they can allocate the funds as they see necessary.
The May 25th, 2016 minutes of the county commission read as follows. Kelly Jo Gray, the resource coordinator, appeared to discuss the Urban Renewal Authority. Discussion was held on the reallocated coal severance money. Ms. Dre requested that the payments received be earmarked for the URA. President Wonder suggested capping the earmarked money at 3 years. The money can be used for a necessary URA economic development. Commissioner Scalf motioned to approve the reallocation coal severance fund to be given to the URA for Wolf Creek Park for the next 3 years. Commissioner Lopez second, unanimous decision. How is it that they have the right to oversee what we've already been given permission?
Well, they're
maybe I should say, do they have the right to oversee something that was given to us?
Certainly, they have the right they have a right to look at any prior action that has been taken by the county commission and take a vote on what to do with that aspect of it. The money is not being taken away from you. You would still have access to it to the extent that it meets the present motion. Assuming this motion passes, this motion may not pass, and then we don't know, but the county commission can certainly act as a body and review prior actions, change their mind if they want to, or continue on what they want to, or modify previous things. That's how county commissions work. They are allowed to look at prior actions and take steps on that. And that's what they're doing here. So I don't think that they're really not even changing their previous ordinance or previous motion. They're simply modifying it under present conditions on the advice of their auditor. There's nothing against the law of a county commission modifying a previous decision.
All right.
Hey, can I speak?
Sure, Gene.
Is that John Brenemen?
Yep.
Hey, John, you know, the state auditor sent that request for information that Gabe responded to. Did you see that?
What'd you say?
Did you see that response that Gabe gave the auditor?
Yes.
And
did he
what
send
was
it
the-
to everybody? Because I didn't see it.
No, it's online with the agenda.
Gabe's letter where he basically answered all the questions that the auditor had that he asked, right?
But Gene, I don't think just because he sent that, his suggestion to the commission was exactly what I made a motion on. He made the suggestions so we know what's going on with the funds prior to, because we're responsible for the funds, the people's funds. So I mean, I think that's where you're thinking, because of what Gabe answered the auditor, that doesn't mean anything. The auditor said to make sure there's not any future problems, that this what needs to be done. So I think the commission's taken action to make sure there's not misuse of funds. Not saying it was misused, saying so we make sure it's not misused.
I think that's what we've been doing from the beginning, Tom. Anyway, did the auditor respond to Gabe's answers? Did he say that's a satisfactory?
Gene, the audit is still working. We still probably have another 3 weeks before it's done, and then we'll hear nothing for about a month.
And so what was the auditor didn't respond, didn't get after Gabe's questions? I mean, the auditor asked those questions and Gabe answered them. But it seems like there should be,
it'll be in the final report that we receive, Gene.
Well, then why don't we wait on this until we get an opinion from the state auditor? You're talking about it like he's already given you an opinion, but it's just based on your.
No, he didn't give an opinion. He gave a suggestion. There's
Right,
a suggestion. An opinion and a suggestion, because we're the one looks at him in the eyes when he comes in to audit us.
So why did he suggest? Why did he suggest that this change be made?
I don't know.
Well, don't we need to find that out?
I guess because he questioned some things. He questioned a lot of things.
Right, and he got answers back, and you know, this seems like this doesn't seem like proper process. I mean, some answers were given. I don't see where there's any evidence that we've been irresponsible with the funds that we've spent. I mean, reallocated coals for economic development. Haven't heard a peep out of you guys in terms of what you want to do with that money, but we have a plan, and I don't think we've been irresponsible, and that's what you're suggesting. Is that what you feel like we've been irresponsible with the coal severance?
I just like to know where it's going prior to. I think that's what the auditor's saying.
Well, you're on the URA board now, Tom. So, I mean, can't we all just work together here? This is not.
I mean, I think the gentleman just said a little bit ago, just because I'm on the URA board don't mean that I make the total decision of the money.
Right, but at least you'll know what
should be brought before the commission.
At least you'll know what's going on before anything happens. I mean, come on. This is we're trying to move together in some kind of group effort here, and I don't really sense the spirit of collaboration, this effort to yank money that was that was given to us for a good project, and the suggestion that we've been irresponsible.
Gene,
and, you know,
Gene, the auditor, I can tell you, I spoke with him a little bit. This is Allison. I spoke with him a little bit. And one of his concerns was some of the contracts and whether they were competed fairly under state law. And so that's one of the bases for his suggestion. Now, because Gabe seems to think he doesn't have to provide me, at least, with his responses to important things like this, I haven't seen his response. But
well,
the
his
fact
response
is, I'd like to finish.
Okay.
My concern is this. If they do conclude there are any issues, if we don't put some kind of control on it now, it will affect our ability as a county to get grants and all kinds of things. And we're already in trouble over a couple of other decisions made last year. So what we're trying to do is mitigate any future damages. Now, if they come back and they say, well, and this isn't we know that you were acting with, good in good faith of your own, and that you were also getting some legal advice from the same counsel the county had at the time. This isn't an attack. This is just a measure to make sure that we are crossing the T's and dotting the I's for everyone's protection for the time being. We're not trying to put a stop to anything. We're just trying to make sure that we take the recommendations, and it was a suggestion, but it was kind of a recommendation, just based on what he had seen. And I'm comfortable with going with that now out of an abundance of caution for everybody involved, rather than risk running afoul, because Ruth has a straight line to him. So if we have questions about something, we could go straight to him with them. And we can show that we were being responsible. If they come back and they say, hey, we were wrong, these answers satisfied our concerns, then we can readdress this. But for the time being, that was the recommendation we got from the guy we have on site. And until he puts in his report and it goes through their process, we're not going to have these answers. And if we don't take action now, and we find out we did do something wrong, and we continue to do something wrong unintentionally, then we're all in trouble. And that is what we're trying to avoid.
Hey, you said there are a couple of decisions that put the county on notice that may be an issue. Did they have anything to do with the URA?
Yeah. Yes.
What were they?
Yes. And I don't know specifically which ones, but some of the contracts that were awarded, some of the work that was done, and how that work was competed, and whether that was in compliance with state law.
You don't know what contract you're talking about, though.
I do not. He named a couple of different ones, but they just kind of went right over my head because we were standing in an office and he just was talking to Ruth in front of me. But his recommendation was pretty firmly that we exercise some control. We as the commission exercise some control over the expenditure of these particular funds.
Well, it sounds like
a cautionary measure.
Right. Well, there's been this little hunt for malfeasance. It seems like nothing's turned up. And it sounds like the auditor.
Gene, that's an overreaction there. I mean, that we didn't invite, the auditor comes to us. We don't say, please come and investigate us. I mean, this audit was planned and it's of us, and
right.
not, and everybody associated with us.
He's given you recommendations before he's even considered Gabe's answers to the questions that no one really had answers to. I mean, it seems like we need to finish the audit process and talk about reality instead of speculation about, problems that can occur. I mean, the fact of the matter is the URA has been responsible on every level. We've tried to meet every law, every requirement. We struggle with, timelines, and the fact that we need to make these things meet state compliance in terms of contract competition and stuff. And so it sounds like nothing's really come up yet. It's just,
Hey, Gene, do you take recommendations from your auditor on the URA?
Yes.
You do? Well,
yes.
We do too.
We get it, but
We take
wait.
recommendations
We
from
wait.
our
We
auditor
wait.
just like you do yours.
We wait and take the recommendation after all the information's been processed, and clearly that's not occurred.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes left to figure this out. So we've got another discussion coming up. Any more discussion? Okay, there's a motion and second on the floor. All those in favor?
No,
Aye.
did you say aye?
I think, yeah.
There you go.
What's your vote, John?
I'm going with the auditor's recommendation as aye. So complete.
John, I didn't hear your vote. Did you vote in favor?
It's hard to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Remember, I'm the one that's older. Okay. That closed that up. Now, once we do get our complete audit, we'll be able to go through it. And if we see that we need to make changes, we can make changes. Okay.
And as far as the other, we're doing a little research. Lawyers doing a little research on the other part.
Which part of that?
The amount allocated.
Okay, well, I would like to suggest, because as I read this, it just says we can have use of the funds. And so it's unclear. It's your opinion against mine, or ours, I should say. I would like to ask the county to give us all of the county commission records from April of 2016 through 2020, so we can review those. And I would like to include in the meeting, when we do discuss this, the past commissioners. They should be invited, Denise, John, and Matt, so they can tell us what their intent was, because this is about a word now. And
It sounds like to me you're wanting to bring past commission up against current commission.
No,
We're not
no,
gonna
John.
have a circus in this
John.
room.
I've been told that the money that came from New Haven into this, the 96,000, 95, 800, or something like that, was, according to the way I read this motion, money that goes to the URA to work on Wolf Creek Park. I'm hearing that it's not a deposit at that time, and so your interpretation of this motion is what the only money we get is from deposits. And I would like to suggest that we find out what the commissioner's intent really was.
Well, I tell you what, Jeff, I don't mean to interrupt the conversation. The minutes are online. So you just make a copy of the minutes that are online, and any other information that you'd like to request, if we can provide it for you, we will. Y'all got it, and then y'all can take it from there.
Okay, I'd love to see a copy of all of the bank statements from when this form, when this began.
Y'all get the bank statements, so.
No, we haven't seen a bank statement that I know of. Now, maybe Gabe gets it, but I don't get it. I've never seen a bank statement.
Anything like bank statement?
I don't see the bank statement.
I think Gabe's got all the bank statements.
I don't think we've seen a bank statement ever.
Where does it
Yeah,
go?
you have. Kelly Jo always got them.
Well, where do you get your fund money from? Where do you get the money on your?
That's a good question.
Yeah, where do you
And
get
I'll
it
be
from?
honest with you, your current financials show $506,000 in total allocated. There's not even that much in the bank account. So that's way off.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of issues, Jeff.
And a lot of it is, I think, checks that were written to cover URA expenses were not recorded in QuickBooks. So you might, well, because the account hasn't been reconciled since May of 2019. Joy reconciles that account, Olivia is aware of it, so we gave. I don't know who does that
Somebody's gotta have it because it's on your financials. I mean,
Well, also with regard to our bank statements, I mean, now if there's a dispute, that's something that we need to consult with our attorney about too. I mean, I don't understand why we would turn over bank statements at this point, or what the purpose of that would be.
Well, we don't have them anyway, Allison, to be honest with you. Miss Taylor, excuse me.
Well, our employee does. Sounds
Okay,
like.
it's 12:30 and we need to move on to our next item. Jeff, if you'd like to get back on the agenda, you can. It's no problem.
All that stuff should be online, Jeff.
Okay.
Yeah, but all the minutes are online.
Right.
Okay, our next agenda topic, 12:30, treetop property development, regarding an issue obtaining permits.
May I speak for it?
Sure. You're speaking for treetop properties, or?
No, I'm speaking for.
Okay, that one's already been taken care of. We have another scheduled one at 12:30. Okay, whoever's coming up and talking, you guys need to come up here so that it can be heard over the system that we have up and running now.
Question.
Yep, right here.
I sent letters to the commission last week, around February 10th. I dropped them off with Ruth. I just want to make sure that all commissioners have got it, received that letter and supporting documents.
Yep.
Ms. Lewis,
Tom, did you get this?
Yes.
Allison, did you receive that?
I received it, but I have not reviewed it because I did not make it back to Fayetteville.
Will you guys be all right? His letter was a little long-winded. Are you guys all right with me reading that now?
I don't care. John don't care.
John, we can't hear the speaker.
Oh. Can I take this off? I mean,
Yeah. You might need to move closer to the speaker so people can hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
I can.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. This is, I'm here representing, my name is Brad Wolf. I'm here representing Treetop Property Development, which I'm an owner of with Tom Ballard. I'm going to read the letter that I sent to the county commission on February 10th of 2021 this year. Dear Fayette County Commissioners, I believe there's numerous problems created by the Fayette County Urban Renewal Authority, the URA. The URA's problems include gross incompetence, nepotism, conflicts of interest, illegal representation of real estate, abuses of power, lack of transparency, self-enrichment, and outright fraud. I appreciate the Commission's effort of looking into these possible problems and let me speak today. Personally, the URA has continued to actively work to destroy any business that I've tried to relocate or start in Fayette County, and more specifically, Wolf Creek Park. I believe that they have targeted me because I've pointed out the corruption, incompetence, and personal conflicts of interest. However, today I'm here representing Treetop Property Development LLC, which is co-owned and co-managed by Tom Ballard and myself. The reason Tom and I are here today is to inform the County Commission of several intentional delays, stonewalling, exceeded scopes of practice, exceeded scope of authority by the Urban Renewal Authority. We realize the URA is a separate entity from the County Commission, and are hoping the County Commission can help us obtain a building permit and avoid possible litigation. We believe that it is in the scope of the Fayette County Commission and the Fayette County Building Department to resolve our problem today without needing to bring the URA into this. First, I would like to provide some background on how we came to this point. It's a little long-winded, but I believe the context is important. Early January of this year, 2021, Tom and I went into Mr. Alan Ballard's office. For the record, there's no relation between Tom Ballard and Alan Ballard, to obtain and pay for a building permit for our development project near the entrance of Wolf Creek Park. We provided Mr. Alan Ballard with an engineered site plan for our property. Mr. Ballard said, paraphrasing, "The plan looks good for my end. All you need is an approval from Gabe Penna and the URA." This surprised me because the URA had previously approved the site plan as reflected in the November 2019 meeting minutes, which is the Exhibit A for you, the commissioners. Our plan is to build out several RV parking spaces with electrical, water, and sewer hookups and build a small RV campground. I do not understand why we need to get an approval for the designs. I don't understand why we need an approval from the design center since we're not building any permanent structures at this time. We're just bringing in the utilities. Mr. Ballard said that we should also talk to Miss Angela Gerald in the zoning office to make sure there's not a zoning problem. Fast forward a couple days and a couple phone calls, emails with Miss Gerald. Tom and I found ourselves in the zoning office with her. She confirmed that our property was zoned as planned development. According to the 2009 Unified Development Code for Fayette County, there's a there are planned development units, there's planned development residential, and there's planned development industrial park. In the current 2009 UDC, there is no planned development. However, a planned development is in the old UDC. Ms. Gerald has been able to track down a spiral bound copy of the old UDC. Additionally, she said that she was not able to find any document providing guidance stating how old UDC planned development zoning transitioned to the current 2009 UDC. There are numerous properties that still have old planned development zoning in the county, and it was her opinion that the zoning designation of our property would follow the old UDC. Additionally, she confirmed that all our project meets all the zoning requirements by right, and we do not need additional zoning or planning improvements. She said all we need was to get a building permit from Allen. On January 13th of 2021, Tom and I reached out to Mr. Gabe Henna of the Resource Coordinator's Office to ask to be put on the URA's next agenda for their next meeting. Mr. Penna informed me that it was too late to be put on a special meeting on January 15th and put this on the next meeting in February. I also asked Mr. Penna to provide the statute that required us to gain URA approval before building a permit. Exhibit B, and that email is attached in there. We requested that this information, the rest of this case, this information in case the URA had documentation that Tom and myself did not have a copy of and were unaware of. Mr. Pena said that he would relay our request to the URAs and put this on the agenda for February 8th. We went back to Mr. Alan Ballard's office and asked why we needed a URA approval, and he said, paraphrasing, that he'd been instructed by the former resource coordinator, Miss Kelly Jo Dre, and the URA because it's part of a planned development. I showed him a copy of our deed, and it does not show. Did not list any restrictions or covenants. He said we should try to get the URA's approval at the next meeting. We've always had a good working and respectful relationship with the building and zoning departments. Both Mr. Ballard and Mrs. Gerald have always been professional, courteous, and always promptly provided any information that we've requested. Because of this, we've not decided to push the point with them since the URA was really ultimately behind the succeeded scope of practice. Based on my previous experiences with the URA, we started preparing for an uphill legal battle. Tom and I started looking deeper into various documents, including URA meeting minutes, previous FOIA requests, other deeds recorded with the county clerk, and West Virginia real estate laws. During our research, we concluded that there is not any covenant or restriction in our deed that requires us to gain approval to acquire a building permit according to West Virginia Code, Chapter 36, Article 3, section or paragraph 2 of that code. For the sake of time, I want to summarize what that code says. Any action or of covenant may be maintained on any written conveyance or lease, which must be by deed. Additionally, you will find a copy of be maintained with deed. Additionally, you'll find a copy, Exhibit D, of our deed, where nowhere in our deed states that we can state such covenants or restrictions. Further evidence that the URA knew that any covenants and deed restrictions would need to be tied deed to be enforceable are noted in the August 10th, 2015 meeting minutes from the URA, Exhibit E. I went to the county clerk's office to make sure that no other documents have been recorded with our deed. I was unable to find any documents besides the deed and the attached survey with the county clerk. On February 2nd, I called Mr. Penna to see if the URA had provided us with a statute, letting him know that we believe the URA does not have the authority to continue to delay us from obtaining a building permit. Mr. Penna and the URA did not provide a statute as requested in the January 13th email. Exhibit B. During this phone call, Mr. Penna also informed me that the URA was requesting a letter from Treetops Property Development, and specifically Tom Ballard, to outline ownership and equity distribution, as well as our performance and operating agreement. I will inform Mr. Penna that This information is confidential business information. I would not be providing this to the URA. I did tell him that I would be willing to send him a copy of our business registration, which is recorded with the Secretary of State's office, providing him with URA proof of any involvement and ownership of Treetop Property Development LLC. I provided this proof in email on February 2nd. This is Exhibit F. On Friday, February 5th, we met with legal counsel to confirm that we were correct in our belief that any covenants and restrictions would need to be in the deed, registered with the county clerk. Additionally, both the county commission and the URA had taken a stance that the URA is its own entity per West Virginia Code Chapter 16, Article 18. Seeing how it is its own entity, it would not have any position to be requiring the building department to obtain their approval before issuing a permit. For an example, if I were to buy a parcel of land in Bridgeview Estates or Thousand Oaks, the deed would have covenants and deed restrictions along with a separate approval process from the homeowner association or HOAs. Conversations with Mrs. Gerald and Mr. Ballard, they concluded that they would not require an approval from a homeowners association before they would issue a building permit. It's the responsibility of the building department is not the responsibility of the building department to enforce the design standards and HOA approvals. It's the responsibility of the homeowner/builder to follow any design standards and covenants. If the homeowner did not follow these restrictions and standards, they could be prosecuted civilly by the homeowner association for not adhering to the design standards. Monday, February 8th, Tom and I attended the URA board meeting. Shortly before the meeting, we realized we had been left off the agenda. Sorry, my head's coming over. Because we were left off, we'd not be able to present our plan and get approval from the URA that the URA claimed we needed. During this meeting, several other legal issues came up, along with some key discussion unrelated to this issue. At the end of the meeting, we were able to ask what specific statute the URA was citing to have the authority to require their approval for a building permit to be issued. Multiple comments were made, all a little bit different from each other. I offered to present a copy of our deed. No one was interested in reading it. I asked that the statute be sent to me. Mr. Kistler, URA board member, said, quote, "I'm on vacation and you will have to wait," end quote. This is frustrating because at this point, Tom and I have been asking for a statute for almost a month at that point, and still no one had been willing to provide us one. We were losing revenue each day, that we were being delayed. We were on a tight timeline to have infrastructure in place by the beginning of the summer season. At this point, I informed the URA if no one's going to be willing or able to provide a statute, they were going to continue to take the stance that we needed their approval to obtain a building permit. That then Treetop Property Development would be forced to file a civil complaint with the court for tortious interference and petition the court to obtain a writ of mandamus. At this point, the board went silent and made a motion to adjourn the meeting. Tuesday, February 9th, I reached out again to Mrs. Gerald to verify the facts and let her know that the URA had not approved our zoning. During a conversation, I asked her why the zoning and building department started requiring URA approval. She informed me that about 4 years ago, Ms. Kelly Jadred, former resource coordinator, told them that anything in Wolf Creek Park requires the URA approval before building permits are issued. I would like to know this actually gives the resource coordinator's office director the authority to direct the process by which building and zoning departments are responsible for. That being said, that brings us here today. Tom and I are asking the county commission to intervene, direct and give permission to the zoning and building departments to issue us a building permit. Tom and I understand that the Fayette County Urban Renewal Authority could file a civil complaint against us for not following their design standards, and we are comfortable with that risk. We also want to point out that the county has some exposure to this too. However, like my paramedic instructor said, always be nice to your patients. No one sues somebody that they like. Tom and I have had nothing but positive experiences with Mr. Ballard and Ms. Gerald. They've always been courteous and professional. In closing, we'd rather work with the commission, building department, to get this resolved than in the court system. At the end of the day, we're just another startup small business that wants to contribute to the county tax base. Thank you, commissioners, for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions that you have.
Could you go any faster?
I try to be efficient, make efficient use of your time. I know you guys are busy, so.
He doesn't waste any time. That's
All right,
definitely.
Brad, this is Allison. I'm on the phone here. Because we got served this morning, I don't know if you knew the timing, but we got served this morning with a complaint with regard to your other property out at Wolf Creek.
Yeah, This is Treetop separate, the separate entity from my
I
personal
understand. I understand. Let me finish though. So there are some issues that we think may run through both cases, and we consulted with counsel briefly during executive session. And what I'm going to do, because we do need some more facts, and we are open to your argument, I'll say, but we need some more facts on this issue and its nexus to the suit filed this morning. So because of that, I'm going to move that we table this generally to give our counsel who is on this call the opportunity to gather some facts. And, you know, I did let you know who our counsel is, but I'll give him Jim's contact information as well. And maybe we can get some facts from you and we'll get some facts of our own. But once we get those facts and get advice, then we can get this back on the agenda and address it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just wanted to make it clear for the record that that is completely a separate entity of it. And I understand that Mr. Keenan, my personal attorney, he is not willing or able to represent Treetop's property. At this time, we'd have to refer you to Evan Dove and Paul Clay's office for Treetops on this issue.
Okay.
Yeah, I
That's
just
good
want to make that abundantly clear that it is I've really worked hard to try to separate I am involved in Treetops, and I know it does kind of, I don't know what the legal, I'm not an attorney. I know that it is a separate entity with that as well. So yeah, additionally, I was not aware that I was being served this morning until the last minute, and that was not my intention to be done today. But I think we all saw that coming as well. I don't think that should surprise anybody at this point.
And it's you know, like I said, there may be some issues in common, and until we know the answer to that, and we do have some factual issues that we want to explore with regard to the argument you just made. You know, I will make sure our attorney has Evan's and Jim's contact information. He also has access to all of our records and the things that we need to gather on our side. But we definitely already have discussed it. We're going to explore it, and we're going to be able to get it back on the agenda and have answers for you. We just can't act without legal advice at this point.
That's totally understandable. We totally understand that. When would we, just so we know a timeline, just so when would we be able to have a decision on that one way or another? On that, how soon do you think that?
I think the best we can offer you is as soon as possible. I mean, the facts on our side, we should be able to gather fairly quickly. But again, this is as you know, and as you even pointed out in your presentation, there's a lot of interconnectivity between the county and the URA on some of these issues, and we're trying to sort that out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all I can do is commit to you that we have hired independent counsel to dedicate its time toward these specific issues. And of all the issues that are priorities, the Wolf Creek, you know, we're going to deal with the farm issues subsequent to the Wolf Creek issues, because they are the burning issues at this point. We have a lawsuit filed to which
sorry to interrupt you, Allison, but I'd have to consult with my legal counsel, Jim Bill, personal legal counsel. At this point, I'm representing myself, not Treetops at this moment. If I were to talk to him and we were to drop the case against the county commission by the next agenda, would you guys be willing to, do you think you would be willing to, at that point, would that, could you find out for us whether that would allow you guys to open back up, take you out of it and talk about it? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, next debate, let me rephrase that. Next county commission meeting that with adequate proper legal notice, like whichever.
Whether or not you keep the lawsuit, it isn't going to affect our need to gather some facts on this issue.
Okay.
So, I mean, you know, and we wouldn't at all try to make a deal. Okay, we're going to do this for you if you drop your lawsuit, because that wouldn't be proper. So,
yeah.
So I'll just tell you that, there's some facts gathering, and I'll commit to you that, our lawyer has been on this. He was ready to answer questions for us with very little notice this morning. And so, he's already been working on it, and he's got other people in his firm working on it as well. So I will commit to you personally that we will get it back on the agenda as soon as possible. And we have already discussed some of the issues you raised. So they're not new as of your presentation. Okay.
All right, that we greatly appreciate it. Would someone from your office be able to contact us either through an email or a phone call to let us know when we are back on the agenda, so I don't have to keep coming down to the courthouse every couple of days to check agendas?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And if
I
you're
really
not on
appreciate your
our
time.
electronic distribution for the agenda, you can always ask and we'll put you on it.
Okay, I think I am on that. Sometimes I don't see it as well,
Okay.
but yeah.
But yes, we
yeah.
certainly won't add you to the agenda without letting you know, and your council.
That happened with
probably try to
URA
address
board. So
all
we
of
were
it
added
at
to
the
an
same
agenda
time.
without being notified that we were on the agenda. So I just we weren't able to adequately prepare for it. But if there's any questions that you guys have, we're happy to answer anything about what we're doing. I mean, we're not trying to hide anything.
We're already working.
Yeah. So yeah. Thank you guys for your time. We really appreciate it.
Allison, did you make a motion yet?
I did. I moved to table this until we can get advice from legal counsel.
I second.
Okay, we have a table and a second. Any other discussion?
I'd like to make a comment about this.
You may make a comment, sir.
First of all, I think it's in the URA, in the Wolf Creek Park and the county's best interest that the URA makes sure that whatever's developed out at Wolf Creek Park meets certain standards. And Mr. Wolf and Mr. Hamrick both signed purchase agreements. I have Mr. Wolf's purchase agreement right here. Mr. Wolf's purchase agreement on release of liens, Part B, physical inspection, buyer represents to the seller that it has had an adequate opportunity to conduct such physical inspections of property as deemed necessary or appropriate, and hereby agrees that the buyer shall accept the property in as is. And it further goes in miscellaneous. Let me see. Construction agreement that this agreement shall be governed by and construed in accordance with the law of West Virginia.
Jeff,
Yes.
let me ask you a question. Is that on treetop properties?
This is the same purchase agreement that both of them signed.
Okay,
So-
we can only deal with treetop properties because of
Well, he
litigation.
managed to talk about his property. I don't understand, but that's fine, John. Let's just talk about treetops.
I thought we were talking about
PJ signed the same thing. And on point 14, zoning and design standards. This is in the purchase agreement. The property conveyed herein shall be subject to the following restrictions, covenants, which let me see, which covenants shall be deemed as running with the land, to wit, Fayette County Unified Code, Development Code, and requirements of Wolf Creek Park design standards in regard to landscaping, building, materials, and designs and aesthetics. So he signed something, both of them did, that says that they will work under the Fayette County Unified Code. And in the Unified Code, it's a plan development. And in plan development, if you just go way back, it still falls into the fact that the Unified Code still oversees this. And Mr. Wolf has refused to tell us what Treetops wanted to do there. I don't know if he wants to do a strip club, an injection well, a junkyard, or what he wants. He finally, this past Friday at a special meeting, agreed, and we have it on recording, that he would follow the same site plan that PJ Hamrick submitted. So he's telling us one thing and telling you another thing, which is, to me, it's kind of an issue here. But if he follows the site plan that Mr. Hamrick submitted, we've already approved it. He just needs to go, as I think Angela said, is that he needs to get his sewage, water, electric, and then he can get a building permit. So,
Jeff,
I just think that, yes, Commissioner.
I'm not, it almost feels like we're litigating this right now. And I understand where you're coming from. And the thing is, you know, we have those documents and we're having our lawyer take a look at them, just so we can evaluate, you know, where we are and what we can authorize and what we can't. None of us are property experts, including me. I mean, I'm a licensed attorney, but I don't practice in that area and I don't claim to have expertise in it. That's why we hired it out. So, you know, I feel like, you know, the things you're pointing out right now are things that we're going to have our professional evaluate for us. Do you have something that you can add or that will help him besides the actual documents that he'll have access to?
No, I really had come in here to let you know that Brad had told our URA board on Friday, this past Friday at a special meeting, that he intended to follow PJ Hamrick's site plan. And I came in here to say, if that's the case, all he needs to do is get his health permit and his permits from the water company and sewer company.
What number did you reference on that purchase agreement?
Wait, I'm talking. Thank you. Number 14, the zoning.
Okay, number 14, and what else?
Okay, that's that. Number 15, there is, let me see.
Can somebody tell me what you're looking at over there?
It's the purchase agreement.
Is it the one Gabe sent us an email?
Yes.
Let me see. What other? Oh, it's the number 13. I think is non-discrimination.
Just out of curiosity, Jeff, I asked you something last week on this. You know, maybe I shouldn't even say because it seems like obviously we're litigating this. We shouldn't really be litigating it. I want to ask you the question because I mentioned it to you last week, but I think I'm just not going to say anything and let the lawyers figure it out. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Number on the second page was B. John, was the physical inspection.
Where's that at?
So the second page, B, physical inspection.
Okay. Okay. Come on up here, Brad.
And just like I said, just to remind everybody, our counsel is on the line and he's
yes,
able
our counsel is on the line.
Yeah.
And he's recording everything. So.
Yeah, and like Alice, like Ms. Taylor said, I'm not trying to litigate this year. I did do a Freedom of Information Act request to the URA in July. I don't have the exact date on me right now, of 2019, which would have been after Treetops property had closed on that transaction. And I asked for all real estate purchase agreements, along with document surveys, everything within Wolf Creek Park. That was not in that Freedom of Information Act request. Additionally, we have asked in this emails, and I have the emails attached to those exhibits. I believe it was Exhibit A. That would be a statute. Tom and I are unaware of that document of a real estate purchase agreement. It was signed by Mr. Hamrick. We bought that out. We have no idea. This is the first that we're hearing of it for Treetops. We've asked for that documentation for over a month now, and it's kind of frustrating that it's getting introduced in a county commission meeting when we've asked for it for over a month, because this may have gone a completely different way if that had been produced to us sooner. So we'd also request a copy of that because it is not recorded with the county clerk, as it's supposed to be under that West chapter, I believe it was 35 of the West Virginia Code. So did you?
we'd also, yeah, I don't want to get into litigation. There's questions about the enforceability of them out there as well. So I would make those comments as well. We can go down. I'd be happy to sit down and talk or present those findings as well. Well, we have yet to see it. We have yet to see it. And if it didn't have, it should have had both parties. Like Tom should have been aware, but we get Tom and I don't have it in our record. So we just would like to see. We'd like to see the document to know what we sign and see a notary on it and be aware of making sure that it's in compliance. So if we get a copy of that, we greatly appreciate that. That may change our approach to how we handle this.
Michael, can we provide Brad with a copy of that document? Because it's true that it wasn't recorded.
If the county is in possession of the document, it could be provided to them. It would be likely a public record anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
I asked for it over a year ago, and that changes. That's a violation of the Freedom of Information Act if that didn't exist.
Brad, it certainly wasn't intentional, but we do have a copy, and we'll get you a copy.
It does have long-term consequences because I might not have acquired Mr. Hamburg's interest in the company if that had been of record. That would have been disclosed to me and should have been disclosed to me in a Freedom of Information Act request.
So, are you saying that I could give him a copy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what. Yes, that's what our counsel said.
If I'm just curious.
I guess Mr. Hamburg was.
Oh, this is great. Cool. Thank you.
I'm just curious. Maybe I shouldn't ask. I'm just curious. Wow.
Is this reported? It's reported?
That's just a copy.
Yeah, but yeah, so I would like to see the original on this, if all possible, at some way to view, just to view. Yeah, at some point.
I didn't hear. What did he say as he was leaving?
He said he would like to see the original.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
or legal counsel possibly.
okay. All right. At this time, anything else for the good of the body? Tom?
Yeah, I think.
We didn't vote on it. We moved and we seconded, but we didn't vote.
Oh, okay. Which one?
To table the matter to seek advice of legal counsel.
Oh, treetop. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor. We've already held discussion. So we'll take the vote. All of those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. So it's tabled. Allison, anything else from you?
No.
Okay. And I don't have anything else. So at this time, Tom, motion to adjourn. Allison, you going to second?
I'll second.
Okay. Alan, can I see you second, please?
Oh, sure.